Okay, welcome everyone. Please take your seats. We start the event, the policy lab that we have prepared for you. My name is Enrique Nieto. I'm the team leader of the Rural Pact Support Office, and I'm very happy to see you all here despite the traffic control strike that we faced yesterday. So I would really like to thank you all for managing to be able to come here. I know for some of you has been a big effort and a long journey yesterday to arrive. Still, some colleagues and some participants still need to arrive, and at the end we will have a room that is full of people, which is actually our intention. I also would like to welcome the people that will follow us online through the live stream. I know some participants couldn't make it today. They will be joining us online. And also for them, for the registered participants that will follow finally online, yesterday we have worked to try to prepare as well an online room, a Zoom room. So you have received the link to connect in the afternoon session to the participatory session on the engaging stakeholders in the NRPP. So I encourage you to still take part on that session that we have prepared for you. Now, this policy lab comes in a very important time. We know discussions are already happening in the member states around the future NRPP, and this event is really an opportunity to look at how the rural areas need to be properly reflected in those future strategies, including their investment, their priorities, and their needs. It's also an important moment to put into practice the long-term vision for rural areas and how this could be reflected in the future. As Rural Pact, our role, we consider it as well very important in this process, and today our purpose is really to put the community, the rural stakeholders, in contact with important actors, with good examples in order to build the capacities of the communities to be able to engage in the design of the NRPPs and as well in its future implementation. So I would like to thank as well the European Commission for putting the Rural Pact at the center of these discussions with the rural stakeholders from across Europe. I'm very happy to see many different faces from across Europe, very different backgrounds, working at different territorial levels, European and local, and I think this is the spirit and the purpose of the Rural Pact, to connect all the relevant actors that work on the future of rural areas. So please take this opportunity today to discuss, to learn, to ask your questions. The space is here. Make the best out of it. Also for those connecting online, there will be opportunities for asking questions. Don't go home without your answers. Try to seek for them, either asking the speakers or either talking to other colleagues that are present today. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Peter Verkovic, Director at DG Regio, to open this event. Peter, thank you very much.
Right, well, good morning, everybody. And I have to say, in spite of the transport difficulties, I see we have a pretty full room today, so very happy about this. And it's a pleasure to be with you again. I saw you a few months ago, and to be able to speak to you. And today, I mean, I think my intervention is very much designed as something to stimulate your thoughts and reflections during the day, because this is very much the objective of the work today. I think if there's a major theme I'd like to bring to you today, is that the next MFF is very much under the heading of competitiveness. And I think that one of the key ideas that we have in DG Regio and DG Agri and indeed in the Commission as a whole, is that competitiveness is not only about leading areas, it's about the competitiveness of all territories, and including rural territories. A quarter of the European population lives in rural territories, and if Europe is to be competitive, then these territories have to be competitive as well. We have a new instrument. We have the NRPPs for the future. I'm not going to present those in detail. I'm sure you've had an opportunity to study many of not only the Commission proposals, but many of the reactions to the Commission proposals. But the idea here is really to have a framework which is more flexible and more streamlined in the future, both for administrations and beneficiaries and for the partners involved in the program. Now, change is difficult, but we really do think that the fact that we've kept the idea of continuity of structures and shared management will very much facilitate the transition between the period. Now, the amount of resources available for rural development in the sense of second pillar rural development and other cohesion measures, that part of rural development which is aimed at economic diversification, is about 450 billion. And this, of course, is in addition to the direct income measures to farmers, which are part of the current rural development measures at the moment. And this is currently equivalent to the levels in nominal terms. But I would argue that we should not only focus on the money, we should focus on the substance of what we're doing. And one of the key features of these national plans is that they are national and regional plans, but they also have a much stronger territorial focus than in the past, and I would argue even more than in the current period. And this in particular is you will see in different parts of the regulation in terms of the requirements, and of course the requirements to identify the resources that will be targeted to different types of area and to design specific measures to suit them. So member states will have to identify the resources they want to target to rural areas, what they want to do in rural areas, the specific needs of rural areas, and bring it together with challenges facing rural areas, and particularly the question of demographic challenges, which I'll come back to slightly later. Now, of course, the main novelty since the last policy lab is that the Commission has proposed to the Council and the European Parliament to establish a dedicated rural spending target. And this is to focus minds on the needs of rural areas, and at least 10% of the resources that each NRRP would need to be dedicated to supporting investment in the areas. Beyond, of course, the amounts which are in the ring-fenced income support for farmers, forestry and fisheries. And this accounts to about 48.7 billion, and this can increase up to 63.7 billion if the possibility to take up loans under Catalyst Europe are taken. Now, this rural target should be seen as a steering mechanism, and behind this steering mechanism, I'm sure you will hear more about this today, there should be an adequate comprehensive strategy. And indeed studies show that having strategies for rural areas actually lead to better outcomes and more comprehensive support for rural areas. And this is a broader theme, common across cohesion policy and rural policies, is that we need to engage more with national measures, national strategies for territories. It's no good having fragmented European interventions in rural areas if the member state doesn't have a national strategy for rural areas. And the objective, of course, is to foster a diverse and resilient rural economy, supporting business opportunities, connectivity, innovation, skills, tourism, essential services, infrastructure, and investments, which will be an important proportion of the funding going to rural areas, and which also contribute to the right to stay. Now, I just want to say a quick word on the right to stay. The right to stay is a concept which was introduced in this commission, which is essentially the idea that people should have a choice about where they live, that they should have sufficient access to services, that they should have good amenities, that they should have attractive working environments, and that they should have economic opportunities. And there's often a sense in which I hear people saying, well, these two are going to become the same thing. I just want to say these are not the same thing. They, of course, strongly overlap, but there are urban areas which suffer from right to stay challenges, and there are rural areas which do not suffer from right to stay challenges. There are rural areas in which remain very attractive and close to, for example, universities and economic opportunities. So just a little aside there. But I think behind this, there is the real opportunity to break silos, and I think this should be the real opportunity for these for this period. Now, I think perhaps my last point today is in relation to partnership. Partnership has been key both to cohesion policy and to rural development policies for the last 40 years. What is interesting has been that there has been significant concern in the shift to these national and regional plans about the partnership principle, and therefore many things which were implicit in the framework, which were assumed and given, have now actually been regulated for. I would actually suggest to you now that the provisions on partnership in legal terms are stronger than they have ever been. And therefore, the important thing is now to turn these legal provisions into reality and to ensure that, particularly in rural areas, all the relevant partners are involved. Of course, the local and regional authorities, but also the leader action groups where there are specific structures such as rural parliaments or representatives of key economic sectors. And all of these partners should be involved at all stages of the programming phase, from the planning to the implementation to the evaluation. A last point I'll make is the link with the European semester. The European semester will play a steering role for these new plans. You will see that both regions and rural areas are more strongly reflected in the European semester. This is a two-way street. This means that rural areas and their economic challenges become, let us say, part of the debate of the economic coordination of Europe, but at the same time it also means that the Commission and other European actors have to take account of European areas in many different other areas of policy, and these will be adopted very, very shortly, and you will see them in the country reports, which are coming out. So, I mean, just to perhaps come to an end, today is part of the way in which the Commission listens to stakeholders. In this particular room, I mean, it is rural stakeholders, but there are many other different stakeholder events. I'd very much invite you to be involved in discussions elsewhere. I think this is one message it's important to take back with you. It's good to be strongly represented in rural structures, but it's also important to be represented strongly at national and also at European level in relation to the future discussions on these plans. So my conclusion is really that the plans are new, but they offer significant opportunities. They offer significant opportunities to improve synergies. They offer significant opportunities for rural voices to be heard outside the rural community. And they also offer potentially new instruments to be mobilized in the interests of rural areas. And I think these are all issues which would be good for you to discuss, so that you can let us know your thoughts today. So with that, I'll finish, and thank you and wish you an excellent discussion.
Mr. Berkowitz, thank you very much. A very good introduction, hitting all the themes that we're going to be talking about during the day. My name is Paweł Krzeczunowicz. I have participated in these events before, but I've never been in the role of trying to gather everyone together. And yesterday afternoon, sudden news that maybe we'll be facing 20 people in the hall and no more was a bit disconcerting. So I'm delighted to see such a large crowd here today, and I'd like to very briefly take you through the agenda today. If I could just have the presentation with the introduction for the day. The themes that Mr. Berkowitz touched upon are the three themes around which we have constructed the day. In other words, an introduction where we have clear idea of what the national and rural partnership plans can actually provide for rural areas. This is important to understand not only the financial means, but also how this construction could work and what opportunities it provides. To understand elements of the implementation process around the performance framework. How do we track what is happening? How do we make sure that we can monitor what is being done on behalf of rural communities and how that has an impact on the inhabitants of rural areas? And thirdly, a discussion around partnership. What Mr. Berkowitz ended with, the importance of having stakeholder involvement not only during the planning of these plans, but also during the implementation, something we very often forget about. We get excited about the new toy, and then whether it's being used properly or not was not always the case. Just a very quick review of who has come. We're very happy that so many representatives of public authorities have decided to join us. They are key to making sure that at regional and national level, the plans function well. The breakdown by country is the breakdown we had before travel disrupted everyone coming, but many have assured us that they will be joining us online. So maybe there are more than 23 member states present, not only here, but online as well. And finally, the agenda. We've split the whole day into these 3 sessions. This morning's session, we will have a discussion of the national and regional partnership plans, a presentation on how they are to operate, what the intentions behind that are, and 3 case studies of measures under current funding, how these measures are doing something similar as what is intended. After the coffee break, we will look at the performance framework and have 2 examples from member states of how statistics and data are being used to track what is happening in rural areas. And this afternoon, we will concentrate on the partnership principle, and part of the afternoon's work will be work in discussion groups. There will also be one set up online for those who could not join us to make sure that we can identify all the stakeholders, all the tasks, everything that we all in our very different roles need to do to make sure that the plans are both drafted and then implemented properly. So that's the introduction for the day. That shouldn't be there. And I would like to thank you all for making the effort, for coming, even though many of us have not slept enough. I look forward to you all being more than active during the day. So I would like to welcome on stage Hugo Almeida. Hugo Almeida is acting head of unit at DG Agri. He will be discussing and presenting the national and regional partnership plans, the intentions of the Commission's proposal, and providing us a basis on which to carry out today's work. Hugo.
Thank you very much. Really very happy to see all of you in this room. Yesterday I had some colleagues quite worried that we were just a few in this room, but yeah, very glad. As Pavel said, I'm trying to give an overview. It's of the entire NRPP. Maybe it's a little bit ambitious, but I will do my best. And after the introduction of Enrique, I got worried when he said, "Ask all your questions." Well, you can ask. I also looking at my team. Well, you will help me for sure. But no, there's we are in the beginning of the process. But for sure, we will try to reply as much as we can. Well, let me start. I have a very long presentation, so I was already told don't talk too much, Hugo. Don't start. So I will try to keep to my notes. So the presentation today, the objective of our meeting today, after the last policy lab policy that we had in November is to update you on the main developments of the legal proposal, including the rural target, as Peter just mentioned, and also to dive you into practical opportunities that the legal proposal brings for planning a good set of measures for rural areas. Before that, let me just recall that rural areas feature prominently in the policy objective included in the NRPP proposal, which are to foster the attractiveness of territories, to support the right to stay, including by supporting strategies for the integrated development of rural areas, and also to improve the attractiveness and living standards in rural areas, including access to healthcare. But beyond these objectives that refer explicitly to rural areas, there are other objectives addressing, for example, the digital divide, depopulation, under which measures could be programmed for rural areas as well. So the rural target, the main innovation that we have in this multi-annual financial framework, as already mentioned by Peter, the rural target has been proposed mid-November 2025 by the President of the Commission to the legislators who are discussing its possible inclusion in the legal framework. The objective of the target is to ensure that rural areas continue to benefit from targeted investments in their development. For this, member states and regions are expected to build a consistent agenda of measures addressing rural areas' specific needs and challenges, building on synergies across all policy areas. For now, what has been proposed is a target of a minimum 10% of each NRPP envelope beyond the amounts that are already ring-fenced for CAP income support and for fisheries. CAP, of course, support also benefits rural areas by supporting farmers most in need, including in fragile areas or those fragile sectors. But the amounts that are ring-fenced for income support do not count towards this target. So, a little bit of figures. 10% of the 450 billion non-ring-fenced plus the 34.2 billion of home affairs represent 48.7 billion, which it's the global figure that we talk about, but can be increased up to 63.7 billion if the catalyst loans are used by the member states. So if they use the catalyst loans, 10% of that amount has to also be allocated to the rural target. And as Peter also mentioned, there's the front-loading possibility, which will allow member states to use up to 2/3 of the money reserved for the midterm review as from 2028. The introduction of the rural target has relaunched the discussion on how we define rural areas, and a subject that has been on the table for quite a long time. Well, for around 40 years that we are discussing the definition of a rural area. Today, under the CAP strategic plans, member states are free to define rural areas as they see fit for the needs of rural development policy. These range from using very elaborated national classifications to the whole country, but except the capital. And as we have a dedicated fund for rural areas, and assume it is used to the benefit of those areas, that was not really the problem till now. But tomorrow, member states will plan for all policy domains under one plan. With the rural target, there is a perceived higher need to enable a comparable and more common approach across countries to ensure a level playing field and to ensure benefit for rural territories specifically. There is no rural definition in the proposal from July 2025, but at the end of April, the presidency of the Council has made a proposal to member states, which is to use the only existing and regulated European territorial typology that defines rural areas, which is the degree of urbanization. This classification uses criteria related to settlement size and population density to group local administrative units in the majority of the member states' municipalities into three main groups: cities, they are blue in the map, towns and suburbs in brown, and finally rural areas in green. And they group it at the level of local administrative units. Under this classification, rural areas represent 25% of the population and 75% of the land of the EU. This typology, according to us, is the best we have, but it has been elaborated for statistical purpose. And we know that in some cases, it does not adequately reflect the situation on the ground. Discussions is ongoing at the Council on objective criteria that could be used to justify derogations from this common approach and adjust the list of territorial entities recognized as rural areas under the NRPPs. Such objective criteria include, for the moment, population density and insularity. Well, from the Commission side, we think that this is not enough, and we'll see that there's a need to have other criteria that will address some specific cases, like very large local administrative units in terms of surface that sometimes get classified as town despite sparse population and outermost regions also. And we see a need to look at whether the areas that would be added are those that are at the least favored compared to the rest of the country, as Peter mentioned before. We know also that this is important for many of you, as it has implications also for LEADER, investments in access to services, and where a number of operations can be funded in the small towns. But sometimes it is large towns or even cities that get funded under the rural measures, and we must reflect together that this is the best use of the 10% rural target. So now a little bit on what we have in the regulation in terms of articles. Article 22 of the NRPP regulation requires the plans to reduce territorial disparities, including by focus on specific needs of rural areas and other type of specific categories. There is a dedicated Annex 7, which explains how to do this. The same article says that the plan should effectively contribute to promoting the use of territorial and local cooperation interventions, including integrated territorial investments in rural and coastal areas, community-led local development, or other territorial tools, including just transition and smart specialization strategies and LEADER. And finally, we have in addition to these articles, Recital 31, which stresses the importance of a comprehensive policy response to rural needs, of integrated planning, adequate funding mechanism, coordination structures, and capacity building. So let me now mention a few quite particular details on planning. Concretely, how will the plan look like? The Annex 5, current Annex 5, provides the plan's template. The plan will be divided into chapters, and under chapters we will find measures. The MFF proposal foresee that member states should identify the specific needs of different types of territories, including rural areas, and explain in their plans how they will answer them. This will be done partly under the first part, the Title 1, which is at the plan level, and then partly in Title 2, which is at the chapter and measure level. In Title 1, we have several sections that will provide an overview of how the plan, across its different chapters, will first contribute to policy objectives, including those addressing rural areas, address the challenges identified, support the specific territories, including rural areas, use territorial development tools, including LEADER and CLLD, and finally, how to contribute to the digital transition, including in rural areas. Then, at the chapter level, as I mentioned before, member states will have more concretely to explain how the measures planned under plan address the needs, the synergies between the measures, targeting of specific groups, sectors or territories, and importantly, there is a section to tag the type of territory addressed by the measures. Now we'll come back a little bit later on this. All measures counting towards the rural target will have to be tagged with a specific code for rural areas. Included under the performance regulation, which afterwards my colleague Sophia Len will come back to. Which instruments to support rural areas? What are the most relevant instruments or type of interventions to answer the rural needs? This is not defined in the proposal, and we leave it to the member states to decide on this one. As it is the case today, member states will be able to use a comprehensive toolbox of instruments from the agriculture policy domains and beyond, improving coordination and increasing complementarities and synergies thanks to a single fund approach. The novelty in this case is the requirement for integrated planning, which should help to look at challenges in holistic terms, bringing together different policies and funding streams to address the specific needs. From the agriculture policy domain, and covered under the proposed CAP regulation, member states will be used to use LEADER, support to the startup of rural business, and support to knowledge sharing, advice, and enhancing innovation in rural areas. These come on top of measures to support farming and forestry. I think it's this one now. Tapping into the broader possibilities for investments and reforms offered under the NRP regulation, member states will also be able to support smart village and other forms of cooperation between the rural stakeholders and investments in basic services and small infrastructures in rural areas, as in fact it is the case today under the CAP strategic plans. In addition, they will be also able to use other types of investments or reforms, including those for territorial cohesion, supporting a comprehensive policy response to address rural needs regarding business development, social inclusion, connectivity, energy, services, education, and culture, just to name a few. These interventions... These interventions under the NRPP can come in synergy with support, for example, for capacity building under the EU facility, cross-border cooperation, the Interreg, or support to innovation by, for example, the European Competitiveness Fund and programs such as Horizon Europe, Erasmus, or Creative Europe that will be shared directly from the EU level. On targeting measures to address the specific needs of specific types of rural areas can prove resource efficient and more impactful than applying a one-size-fits-all approach. To identify rural areas facing challenges, member states can consider remoteness, demographic challenges, geographic constraints such as mountains and islands, location in specific areas such as eastern border regions, northern sparsely populated areas, outermost regions, or small Aegean islands may also require specific actions. So to address the specific needs of these areas, adopting a place-based approach is also paramount. In this proposal, LEADER is proposed to be mandatory to program in each member state, at least for rural areas facing specific disadvantages. It is, of course, can be extended to a broad set of policy sectors in wider community-led local development. The new programming period will make it easier to adopt a multi-sectoral approach to CLLD, and lessons can be learned from those countries who apply already multi-fund CLLD today, even if in the future will not be multiple funds tomorrow because we will have a single fund approach. And we have, for example, Poland, the example of Poland that has been successfully implementing the broad multi-sector LEADER CLLD. Another instrument, the integrated territorial investments, can also prove useful to address rural challenges at territorial scale. They are used to coordinate development at territorial level, allowing different policies to be combined into one territorial strategy. We have the example of the ETI for water and landscape ecosystems in the Algarve and the Alentejo regions in Portugal that implements a participatory governance approach that builds on local knowledge and citizens-led initiatives. Key interventions decided following public hearings cut across sectors and include water management actions, reforestation, mitigating fire risk, and climate adaptation measures. Beyond the integrated approach that comes from the territorial development strategies funded under territorial instruments, the plan should demonstrate an integrated approach at plan level. It should comprise a comprehensive and coherent package of measures to address challenges in a coherent way, with measures that should be complementary and operating in synergy. The Commission published a fact sheet on synergies to explain how, and I'm going to provide here some pure fictional examples of how rural needs can be answered through measures or activities that meet several objectives at the same time or serve several target groups. And one way to achieve this objective, or the greater impact, with the same resources within one measure, is to call for projects that will serve multiple objectives or multiple target group of beneficiaries. For example, rural areas need support in business development, employment, job creation, and skills to become more prosperous and competitive. Let's imagine a region wants to enhance local food production. Instead of supporting just food processing or food marketing, you can imagine calling for projects that would support partnerships of multiple actors from production to consumption, aiming to add value to local production while, for example, reducing waste and contributing to the green transition. And you have the example of a project in Slovenia which works exactly that way. Another type of integrated planning is to combine several mutually reinforcing measures to solve challenges that cannot be solved with only one measure. We know that rural communities need investment in basic services and infrastructure. Let's take improving access to healthcare, for example. The member states can fund measures to support investment in local health centers, but the medical center could remain empty if the community can't attract doctors to practice there. And to attract them, you might need tax incentives or partnerships with urban hospitals and universities to ensure rural young doctors have access, for example, to mentorship. These partnerships can also serve to run mobile health units with urban specialists, like in the Romanian health caravans. Or we know also that to reap benefits of the digital transition, investing in high-speed broadband is necessary, but it is not enough alone. You need to jointly invest in development and adoption of digital technologies that are adapted to rural needs and in actions to enhance digital skills. There too, while investing in digital technologies, you can address several objectives like this EIP operational group on digital shepherds against fire that contributes to digitalizing pastoralism while mitigating fire risk. Last but not least, although not mandatory in the NRP framework, we think that developing national and regional rural strategies can be an effective way to build a comprehensive approach to rural challenges. There are plenty of resources available to support member states in this respect, listed in this slide. And this will be the central focus of the high-level Rural Policy Forum, which will take place in Naas, Ireland, on 3rd and 4th of November 2026, hosted by the Irish Presidency of the Council with the Commission's and Rural Pact Support Office. Sorry. I don't know now where I am. Yeah, so effective planning should indeed ideally follow up these main steps, that is, organize early a partnership that for rural areas should include representatives of rural communities, local action groups, and rural organizations with working across sectors of the rural economy. It should start from the challenges and see which set of measures is like to answer to those independently of the policy domain to which they would belong. And finally, work on the implementation aspects and see which coordination mechanisms are needed for such implementation. So this one, well, that's the one that I showed before, but well, you have there the examples. that in this slide you have the opportunity to have a look, but the main message is also that we need we should promote the adoption of national and rural strategies, and we have an event in Ireland where we are going to discuss these themes in detail. Thank you very much. Sorry for being a little bit long, but
Hugo, can I just ask you to stay for a moment there, in case there are any clarification questions, just clarification to what was done. There will be time for discussion after the examples. So if we can start here.
Good morning. Marianne Selkänaho from Finland. I work in the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. And about this rural target, or spending target, or how you could say it, I would like to ask about the examples that the Commission has been showing us, that the rural target could be covered by the railroad that goes through the rural areas, even though there wouldn't be any stops at the rural areas. And we don't think that is a good example, so we hope that there will be more rural targets as an example in this purpose.
well, what I can say is that it's for sure not our intention to have those kind of examples contributed to the rural target. The objective is clear. It's to the benefit of rural areas, actions that indeed contribute to increase the quality of life of people living in rural areas. So for us, it's clear. What we don't want, we are still under discussion, of course, as you can imagine, with the member states. But we don't. I think what it's behind and announced in the letters by the president, it's that the interventions contributing to this rural target have a specific objective and should contribute clearly to this objective. Now, how we are going to define it, if it will be based on certain intervention fields, if it will be given the freedom to the member states, that still under discussion. We have our ideas more or less clear, I would say. Let's see how it will go in the end, be implemented. It will be, but it will depend a lot on the member states also, because even now there's not an obligation to do A, B, or C. Well, we have to make sure that it's targeted to rural areas.
Just one more clarification question, if we could for now. There will be time for discussion afterwards as well, I hope so. So that will be there.
Hi, I'm Wiet van Meel from the Netherlands, from a little village, Hilvarenbeek. We are a smart village, so we integrated a leader with smart village. We are holistic. We support initiatives, spatial, economical, and societal. So your story is good. But I've got a question. When you try to stimulate development, you've got a front office and a back office. The front office, fools work, they are thinking holistic, they look for instruments, they look for possibilities. The back office are the bookkeepers, are the people who in the end control, have got a lot of demands. And they come with forms and with procedures where locals get really sick of. Now, the point is that I heard in our region, in our national government, that the financial administrative systems they have to use with these development programs are based on the financial systems of the income systems from DG Agri. DG Agri has got set up a European program, an ICT program, through which the national and regional governments and actors in the leader programs, etc., have to act with. And I think an income program needs a completely different back office than a development program. And I would like to ask you to think about how do you organize the back office for income programs, but apart for development programs. Because as we experience at this moment, the back office is in charge. And in development, I think the front office should be in charge, and they shouldn't have to see the back office. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Well, do you know that, well, in Portuguese, my colleagues that I hear from Portugal, they may understand we have an expression that said that we have our back, it's very large. You know, sometimes we are responsible for a lot of things that we don't even know. So it's honestly, it's the first time that I hear to that. Well, I'm not aware of any plan of the DG Agri to change in this type of direction. But yeah, that's a good theme, good conversation that we may have afterwards. But what I can tell you that's from my side, from our side, D1, we are not even aware of such a thing.
Okay, we'll take just one more. If I could ask you to introduce yourself.
Yes, of course. I'm Thomas from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture in Germany. And I'd like to add on the first question, because Mr. Berkowitz, he told us the rural target should be a steering mechanism. And I think we all could support that idea. But I'm still not really convinced if the approach you just presented, when the rural target is just linked to the Code of Rural Areas, if that's enough. And that's the connection to the first question, because I'm not quite sure if the right measures are really in this envelope of the rural target you're aiming at, and that's of course from the status quo speaking the second pillar of the CAP as it is now.
Thank you very much. Well, we know for the moment I would start at, we know we have cleared the objective of this rural target. As I mentioned before, this linked a lot of discussions. You know, that are on the table for 40 years and that are not easy, in fact, to define, because we have because it's completely linked. Well, I should have started. You're completely right. The code on itself, it's not or should not be sufficient. We have to work with the member states to make sure that the rural areas really benefit from these targeted investments. But there are a lot of technical issues that come afterwards with this idea that we are still discussing, and well, we have to sit with the member states. But it will not be for sure just the code that will allow to target or not to define what will count towards the rural areas. But then I have to say that apart from this definition, then we have already a lot of possibilities in the implementation phase also to see exactly what it counts or what it does not count. But this definition of the intervention fields that will be able to count, if the member states will be happy to define them in advance. Well, these are all discussions that we are having, but we are completely aware that for us it should be a combination between the territorial codes and intervention fields that would allow to define what should be targeted or not. But the technicalities will come later. Well, we are working on them, but it will take time till we get a final decision and compromise with all member states.
Hugo Almeida, thank you very much indeed.
You're welcome.
You can have a well-deserved rest on one of the seats here. I would suggest those of you in the room whip out your mobile phones, because a QR code will appear very shortly to show you a possibility to interact through Slido in order to share any ideas you have on what's coming up now. And what's coming up now is a description from 3 member states of measures that are improving living standards and address territorial disparities, so that you may have your own ideas, examples of measures you want to share, or clarification questions to the 3 presentations. We started this morning by mentioning that there was slight travel disruption yesterday. It affected some more than others, and it affected Sabela Fernandez, our first speaker, because she wasn't able to come here. She is joining us online, though, to present an example of what is being done for rural areas in Spain. I very much welcome Sabela. I hope we can have her and her presentation on screen so that she can join. Those of you who are online, please feel free to also make use of the Slido opportunity to join us and provide your input. And I should have said it earlier, but these presentations will all be made available to you after the event. So if you want to save space on your cell phones, that's one way of doing it. Sabela, I hope you can hear us.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me as well.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organization for having us, especially under these circumstances. I know that it must have been really difficult to change everything last minute. So thank you for that. I represent the Spanish Ministry for Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge, specifically the General Directorate on Policies Against the Population that sits within the Secretary General for Demographic Challenge. I would like to say that this idea of integrated approach, we had it as one of our main goals in the last year, and this can show in our new strategic framework that is about to be approved and published in the next weeks, that it contains both a strategy and an action plan, and more specifically in our programs and in the one that we're going to be discussing today, which is the within the pluri-regional program for Spain of the ERDF 2021-2027, the objective 5.2, that is innovative in the sense that it's the first one that is going to be directly funding non-urban areas. This investment will be about 29 million euros, which is minor sum compared to the one in the 5.1, but it's designed as more of a pilot program to see the results and to learn from them. The allocation of the funds are shown in the slides. You can see it's based on the traditional differentiation of the less developed regions that would have 8 million euros. That being Andalucía, Extremadura, and Castilla-La Mancha, and for transition regions, that will be Castilla y León with 5 million euros. Why is it important to have this program? One of the main reasons is because it is directly designed to rural areas, meaning that they're not going to be competing with urban areas and taking into account different realities, different needs, and especially the different capacity to attract funds that rural areas have. Also, it's important because we are trying to use a logic that goes beyond the municipality level. We're talking about functional areas that will be composed of different municipalities or population settlements that have some type of link. Basically, based on everyday mobility, so people actually using services within that area. This is important because projects within bigger scales can actually have a more important impact, and also because of efficiency and reducing duplicities that may happen if we're allocating funds directly to different municipalities that are just one by the other. Also, one of the main cores of the program is trying to reduce bureaucracy for small municipalities, because for us, our partners, the beneficiaries of this fund will be the Diputaciones Provinciales, which will be some type of local council on the NUTS 3 level in Spain, so just below regions. So general data on this, we're talking about 20 million euros. And the idea for the project is for the Diputaciones Provinciales to identify these functional areas that should have either less than 10,000 inhabitants, or every municipality should be under 5,000 inhabitants. For those functional areas, they are going to identify their needs and create an integrated action plan that is going to be evaluated and should be involved within an integral territorial strategy from a larger scale. This is important because we have used different methodologies. The one proposed by our ministry is from our partners, which are the Ministry of Housing and Urban Agenda, but there's been some type of freedom for the Diputaciones Provinciales to actually integrate these integrated action plans within any type of territorial strategies. Also, the idea is to have these projects to be as innovative as possible in order to actually activate these rural areas. Here we have all the objectives, the aim of these integrated projects. We're talking about creating new productive territorial models, incentivize economy, this idea of directly linked to the right to stay, as citizens might have access to public and essential services. We're always trying to include this idea of essential services that goes beyond public services, which are legally required to be given to the citizens. Because, for example, culture is also important to actually ensure this right to stay, and also having these action plans, not letting anyone be left behind, and having a sustainable development. Having analyzed the projects that have been presented to us for 24 Diputaciones Provinciales, finally 10 of them have been the beneficiaries, and of those 10, 7 have already signed their agreement, so are already implementing these measures. From the specific themes that come up when we're talking about this IAP, we can talk about the innovation and entrepreneurship. Specifically, I want to talk about the project from Alpujarra Conectada, which is a joint collaboration between 2 Diputaciones Provinciales that want to create a territorial innovation center, which is also one of our initiatives within the ministry, in order to create an ecosystem that provides support for entrepreneurship and sharing practices, good practices, and also linking different types of companies, etc., to create synergies. Also, we have programs based on sustainability and energy. Specifically, I would like to talk the one about Albacete, which heavily focuses on energy autonomy and water management, but also has this other side about talking about sustainable tourism, green mobility, etc. When we talk about housing and services, we can talk about the project of Cáceres, which heavily focuses on generational renewal and this idea of attracting new inhabitants, which has these 2 facets. One about linking companies with new new owners, but also to actually providing housing to the new incoming inhabitants by analyzing the housing market and creating programs for rehabilitation. Also, climate resilience. We can talk about Malaga that has a line specifically dedicated to climate shelters and green infrastructure, or care and digitalization. We have to take into account that rural areas are aging rapidly, and this project has a line specifically dedicated to silver economy and well, caring services for older people. And lastly, I'd just like to talk about the main outcomes and what we have gathered from this experience. Basically, we have found that there's a strong need for and demand for funds specifically dedicated to rural areas that take into account the specificities and the realities of rural areas. And that there's a lot of innovation in these rural areas, and that take into account this idea of integrated approach and functional areas that go a bit beyond the traditional municipality level helps to have more muscle, more like administrative muscle to actually ensure that the programs are going well. And we see this with this program that we're presenting, but also with other type of programs that we have in the ministry, such as the one of our subsidies for innovative territorial transformation that receive over 3,000 applications, which is important to take into account. In Spain, we have 4,000 municipalities that are considered rural. So thank you. That would be my presentation. And if any of you have any type of questions, I will be glad to answer them.
Sabella, thank you very much indeed. Please stay online because there will, we hope, be enough time for questions and answers to also have perhaps comments from you. I'm very pleased to welcome here Justine Ouatremet. Justine Ouatremet has come to us from the Department of Saône-et-Loire in France, and she came by train, so all the stuff that was happening to some of you yesterday didn't concern her at all. I'm very happy to welcome Justine. We have had large regions being discussed with examples of how measures are approached. What Justine brings to us is a much more local approach, but just as important.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning, everyone. My name is Justine Ouatremet, and I am a rural policy officer working for the French state in the department of Saône-et-Loire, a predominantly rural territory in eastern France. Today, I would like to share the experience of PARI, a rural innovation lab created in 2024. PARI stands for Pourvoyeur d'Action Rurale Inventive, which could be translated as Provider of Inventive Rural Actions. In French, PARI also means a bet or a challenge. Our logo features a dandelion. As its seeds travel and take root elsewhere, it symbolizes the spread of ideas and methods. It also represents resilience and adaptability, qualities often found in rural communities. Our ambition is simple: the experiment with method before solutions. Like many rural territories across Europe, Saône-et-Loire faces several challenges. Mobility remains difficult for many residents. Access to housing and services is uneven. Agriculture is undergoing major transformations, and rural heritage often struggles to fund sustainable economic models. At the same time, rural territories often have limited financial and engineering resources. This led us to ask a simple question: how can rural areas innovate differently? How can we develop solutions that are practical, affordable, and adapted to local realities? One particular feature of PARI is that the laboratory itself is an experiment. We did not start with a predefined model. a large budget or a fixed methodology. Instead, we built the laboratory progressively. We tested ideas, learned from experience, and adapted our approach over time. Today, Paris operates with one dedicated project manager, me, and very limited resources. To support this process, Paris also relies on a scientific advisory board bringing together researchers from different disciplines. Paris experiments on 3 interconnected levels. First, we experiment with the laboratory itself. Second, we experiment with methods. How can rural needs be identified differently and more effectively? And third, we experiment with solutions in areas such as mobility, housing, agriculture, and heritage. After 2 years, one lesson is already clear: methods can be as valuable as solutions. Let me illustrate this with a first example. In the Brionnais-Sud-Bourgogne area, mobility is a major issue affecting access to healthcare, employment, and social participation. Instead of starting with transport solutions, we decided to start with people. We carried out field immersion, interviews, and surveys, and worked closely with local residents and stakeholders. This process helped us identify daily mobility practices and unmet needs. At this stage, we are finalizing the identification of needs and user profiles. The next step will be to design and test potential solutions. But perhaps the most valuable result is not the future service itself. It is the method we developed to identify needs. This method can already be reused by other rural communities. Let me now share a second example. This time, the challenge was food insecurity in rural areas. Following a Paris seminar, the French Red Cross launched an initiative to connect local agriculture and food solidarity within the Brest Territorial Food Project. Paris helped bring together farmers, food aid organizations, public authorities, and civil society organizations. A consortium was created, and the initiative is being developed through existing territorial programs and public funding opportunities. The project has also highlighted questions related to the fiscal framework for food donations. This is another role of Paris. Experimentation can help identify when existing rules create barriers to local initiatives and provide evidence for possible improvements. This is one reason why the involvement of the state is important. Beyond supporting partnerships, it allows us to identify regulatory or administrative obstacles and bring these issues back into public policy discussions. This example shows another contribution of Paris, creating the conditions for new partnerships and projects to emerge. The objective of this initiative is to build a complete solidarity food chain. Local farmers provide products, short supply chains connect production and distribution, beneficiaries gain access to quality local food, and culinary mediation supports food education and healthy eating practices. The expected benefits include better access to local food, stronger local food systems, and support for vulnerable households. Paris does not necessarily implement projects itself. Its role is often to facilitate partnerships, coordinate stakeholders, and help mobilize funding opportunities. In other words, Paris acts as a catalyst. These two examples illustrate what Paris is really trying to produce. Not only projects, not only solutions, but also methods, partnerships, and opportunities for experimentation. Our ambition is to create a toolbox for rural territories, a toolbox made of simple, affordable, and transferable approaches. Helping rural communities become more autonomous is one of our main objectives. After 2 years, we have not yet produced a catalogue of ready-made solutions, but we have already learned several important lessons. First, rural areas do not need standardized solutions. Second, small-scale experimentations reduces risk and encourages learning. Third, innovation starts with listening. And finally, contrast can foster creativity. Frugality can be a driver of innovation. Looking ahead, Paris will continue to explore challenges related to mobility, housing, agriculture, and heritage. But our ambition goes beyond individual projects. We want to continue building a growing toolbox of methods, partnerships, and practical approaches that rural communities can use independently. Because rural territories are often seen as places with fewer resources. We see them as places that can innovate differently. Thank you very much for your attention.
Justine, thank you very much. If I could ask you to join Ugo here on stage. If I could just mention that what Justine has been working on in co-designing this system has been noted by the ministers in Paris, and they have said to all the other departments, look at what is happening here. It is interesting, it could be of use. And I think one of the most important elements of what you presented is that you're actually providing agency to the local inhabitants, and that is extremely important. Dr. Alessandra De Rensis has joined us from Tuscany. She also made it. Welcome. Welcome.
Complicated.
Please, if you could show us some measures as they're implemented in Italy.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the organizing, for having us. Despite all the, strike and everything, we managed to get in right in time at 5 to 10. So it's good. Today, I would like to present you a bit of a mix of what we are doing in Tuscany at the moment. But before stepping into the Tuscan experimentation and everything, just let me very quickly and briefly go through the Italian architecture as a general. First of all, in Italy, we have been, since a very long time, trying to find the best way to integrate resources, especially when targeting rural areas, but not only rural areas, we can always talk about mountains areas, etc. So here, I've been trying to give you a sort of timeline and everything, which obviously I will leave them to you to go through them. But basically, in the past programming period, 2014, 2020 or 2, depending, we basically started a sort of driven by the European Commission opening to CLLD, also to the leader logic. We've been trying to implement it in different ways. Unfortunately, what we can say in the past programming period, the implementation has been a bit fragmented. What we have been trying to do in this present programming period, it's like having an overarching structure at a national level, but usually the solution were found at local level, either regional or local level. This is basically the basis of what I will show you we've been doing in Tuscany. The fear, I think, that is shared by the audience here is what is going to happen next. Because from what we are understanding, we are basically going back to sort of mixed experiences between what's been done in the past. We know it didn't quite work very well, so we'll see. We are confident that we'll find a way. So as I said, Italy is, from this point of view, is quite a unique policy laboratory. In the past programming period, as I said, we have been trying to mix EU instruments, like having a national strategy for peripheral areas, that I'm sure you might have heard of it, the in-area strategy. But at the same time, we had simultaneously on many territories, coastal lags, as well as rural lags. At the same time, we have been for a long time experimenting also through national and regional sectoral integration along planning, health, mobility, as well as common agriculture, etc. And obviously some special framework destined to specific part of smaller territory where you can mix like food districts or organic farming, smart villages and everything. The thing is that please read the top and the bottom boxes, because like this multiplicity is not accidental. We did, well, at national level, it was a specific policy choice to interpret different needs of different territories. Thing is that usually the leader and especially the lags have been fitting into the space originally intended by multi-fund CLLD. Well, Tuscany, it's a bit of a long story. You have to remember that the regions in Italy have been established just in 1970. Since the beginning of my region, even in the regional constitution, there was already the wording subsidiarity. It wasn't called subsidiarity because it didn't, come out yet, the wording, but that is it. So we've been always working the region through the municipalities, through the association of municipalities, provinces and everything. So has always been like an integrated policy method in which participation has always been like an embedded infrastructure. When we talk about with two non-Toscan, I mean, for us, for example, having a participation, having all the local civil actors involved in the policy design is something that is in our DNA. So this is basically what we've been through. We've been working from a smaller level through territorial pacts, then going up to integrated regional strategy through EU funds, finally coming to what I will present you today that is called Toscana Diffusa. Tuscany, it's in some sort of way a mix of all possible combination of different regions in EU. We have the sea, we have the mountains, we have history, we have innovation, enterprises, and so on. So we thought that by looking at what we did, even though you always have to remember that we have a long history of working like that, we ended up in a regional law. And it's not a law, like a stringent law, vertical law. It's much more like an overarching architecture framework in which the idea is obviously to target peripheral territories away from the main cities. Think about Florence, Pisa, and blah, blah, blah. And the main innovation is that we want a legislation to fine-tune all possible, as you can see, all possible resources coming either from the EU, different instruments, but as well as national and regional funds through multi-level cooperation agreements. That is something that we always do. Like we work together with municipalities, provinces, all different types of like institution collaboration and everything. I recall what Ugo was saying at the beginning, our perimeter is not fixed in the stone. It's been in this present legislative term has been defined as the sum of mountain areas and peripheral areas according to the in-area definition, but it's not set in stone. So it can be adapted, and it will be adapted in the next legislation term, depending, obviously, we always have in mind our focus. So we will find the best way to fit the instruments, like statistically wise, into the objective that we have. It's not a single fund. It's, as I said, like a framework law in which it embraces all policies that the region is supposed to manage. So as I said, it's an overarching umbrella with all the themes that you see on your left-hand side, which is basically everything you can do in rural areas. And it works in 3 ways. First of all, it supports through financial incentives, either through call for projects, as well as like dedicated resources, targeting specifically those areas. So they're put at the top in the ranking because of this criteria you can have. We either allow compensatory and fiscal measure. I think it was still Ugo was telling about it. We, for example, support general practitioner or pediatrician to move into this area, and we support them by small financial incentives, helping them as well in finding a home nearby the place. So we work on both sides, like having the doctor and repopulating the area. Or for specific thing, I'm just picking some of it. As you will see, I've left you a very nice infographic at the end, so if you want to go through it. Like for Water Springs Town, we want think about ecosystemic goods and services, so we want to reward water spring towns in that way. And again, everything is done through multi-level projects. So we find a way in which the region and the local authority join up together in agreements, sort of like deciding who does what resources and everything. Just a few, 3 examples of what we managed to do. Thanks to the law, obviously it was already inside the Tuscan way of doing. First of all, like this first example tells you like what happens if we identify a rural territory where different EU instruments or national instruments overlap. So the idea is, and we managed to do it in Gal Montagna Penino, my colleague is here, but I think you already heard about it. We decided to have one single multi-fund strategy involving all the EU funds as well as national and regional resources, in which the LAG has a very important role because he was, as usual, as in his nature, supporting the capacity building of the territory. At the same time, the LAGs managed to design 2 specific call for proposal, like place-sensitive designed, exactly for that territory, non-productive investment in rural areas, so for rural businesses, as well as aids for non-agriculture productive investments, targeting local authorities as well as third sectors. So in some sort of way, bringing onto the ground, those are the specific territorial and objectives of the law. Again, we work on community regeneration projects, basically by understanding or that sometimes sectoral intervention have a low impact on the territory. We try to put together different arrays of civil society actors to create tangible initiatives that in some sort of way, recognizing the fact that accumulation of social capital can also help us in counterbalancing demographic losses. And what did we do? We sort of designed this idea of community regeneration around these 7 possible themes to be addressed by the regeneration as again, working together, LAGs as well as the civil, local authorities, civil actors, etc. This is also an example of a community cooperative that is something very peculiar. In Tuscany, it has been fostered since quite a long time, at the beginning with regional resources, then through LAGs as well as other ERDF resources. So basically, trying to find a way for small places to basically be rebirthed, thanks to those that actually want to stay there. So we were supporting, local businesses that otherwise will end up closing. We found a way to promote tourism, local tradition, and regional progress at the same time, all together with the community. Also through renovation of, the village square, as well as using a former primary school to be the headquarters of this community cooperative. So basically, what have we learned from our experience? That we obviously, Tuscany is probably ahead of some other region in this acknowledgement of what might work and what might not. So take it for what is our experience. We really think that for integration and development, local development to work, we really need a mature fabric in which people and partnerships are used to work together. As I said, social capital is accumulative. It takes time to start working. We need to learn together to create the relationship between actors and institution and build a mutual trust to basically be able to deliver an effective project. We think we read the regional mediation because sometimes, as we all know, like governance is not always specific. There might be contradiction, there might be fights and everything, so we need a sort of like overarching structure that basically balances the needs of everyone. We really are aware that complexities and delays, we always say that we need simplification. That is so true, and it will always be true, so we keep on the mantra. As I said, lack of trust basically show us that in the end, the project that were proposed to the region or to the LAGs or to the institution in general were just not genuinely integrated, they're just made to respond to the call for project. And obviously, we need to work on local governance and a very strong institutional thickness. The lesson is simple, funds do not integrate by themselves. People do, actors do. Finally, some tips for the future. As I said, on your left-hand side, you see what we think are the factors shaping the outcomes. First of all, we need local capacity. We need to invest on local capacity. And if you looked at on your right-hand side, you see this basically what we think is we need to keep on investing on territorial innovation broker intermediaries because they are the key for successful implementation of especially integrated projects. Regional mediation is fundamental to solve contradictions, and obviously a national architecture that is as light as possible, not too stringent, but basically enables the development of that toolbox, the territorial toolbox that we actually need. We need cooperation because it's in the interaction, well, learning by interaction is going to be fundamental, and we know that, especially for rural areas. We really need to strengthen the relationship between territories, and probably we will need preparatory support that what we do, for example, for the place to start working together, for the actors to start knowing each other, building on existing legacies. That is what we found very important, and this is our tips for every one of you. Thank you very much, and thank you. I have left. This is just, you see, I've asked AI to help me out, so I left them for you. Just if you want to have a look at what, as I told you, Tuscany has this very long history of integrated territorial strategies. This is the definition of Toscana diffusa, just if you want to get a look. And this is the research we are doing. We are almost about to publish, in which basically we investigate exactly how territorial governance can be, well, the main key explanatory variable to understand how a territory can progress. Thank you very much.
Alessandra, thank you very much indeed. If I could ask you to join the stage as well. Please remember, everyone, we have a few minutes now just to have a few comments maybe or questions from the audience to these examples. Sabella is online as well, so you can address questions to her. And please remember that long questions and especially long statements will keep you longer away from the coffee and the additional oxygen that I believe is available outside this room. So if there is anyone who wants to make a comment to what you heard now, if not, I would ask my colleague Ursula to perhaps summarize some of the elements that have been that have been mentioned through the Slido, and maybe there are some reactions that you would like to have to that as well.
Okay, thanks a lot, Pavel. And just very quickly, there have been about 10 or so ideas or questions put forward. Some of them can be hopefully answered now. Some will have to be discussed maybe in the later part of the event. There were quite a few questions about the link between this integrated territorial development strategies and the current approach of local development strategies and the leader, and also how to link leader with ITIs and how to harmonize administrative rules for leader and ITI, which are currently under two different sets of rules, but of course they will be integrated later on. So that there's this one part of questions which is about integration, another part of questions which is about the timeline, and one question basically is maybe simple, but it's a bit difficult to answer, is could we provide a timeline for the preparation for NRPPs? That would be very useful for all of us to know what to expect. And perhaps linked with that, there is another question about how to make sure that the community-based projects and groups can survive in this interim period between, well, the end of current period and when the next funding will be available to them. Then there are a couple of questions about the link between the leader groups and the rural development and the fisheries groups, so fisheries local action groups, flags. And there's one general question, how to make sure that there is at least some guidance from the Commission also towards about the fisheries, as the Commission is planning guidance on rural, maybe some guidance on fisheries, but also specifically in Tuscany, I think, about the link between lags and flags and how they're going to be addressed in the future. And there's also a question to our two speakers here: how do your integrated strategies in France and in Tuscany, how are they different, or have they taken into account the current municipal local strategies? I don't know if I have done justice to. If I missed any questions from people in the room, raise your hand and shout.
Well, please no shouting. That the room is too small for that. Ugo, timeline. Is there anything you can say on that?
Well, I can give you the official version. That's the only thing that I can tell you. Well, we know that we have the new proposal will start on the 1st of January 2028. So that's the official line. For the moment, we don't talk about transition. It's not at the table. I think it's my 4th reform since I joined the Commission. In all of them, I had a transition period. I don't know if this one will be my first time that I don't have transition, but well, that's the only thing that I can tell you now. But well, it's everything under discussion.
Ugo, thank you very much indeed. Maybe Alessandra.
Can I just, because I really would like to profit from this opportunity. I know that there's a lot of uncertainty, to know how difficult and how change is complicated. But the two examples that we saw here are really encouraging and allow us to think that we can do it well in the future, that we have already a lot of examples that work in that direction of building synergies, and it's good to see that there are a lot of things already in the ground and working very, very well.
Thank you. Justino, Alessandro, you had municipal integration and the flags.
Yeah, no, we have municipalities, we have provinces, we have inter-municipality cooperation. In Tuscany, we have it all. So that's not a problem. The thing is that, as I said, we in Tuscany especially, we've been used to work together. So it's not necessarily like something top-down driven by the region. It's something that is in itself. As I show you the example of the lag Montagna Appennino, in which we happen to have different instruments overlapping, territorially overlapping, and which the territory itself decided, okay, there's no point in wasting, idea and energy and everything in having so many instruments. We just go together, we do one single strategy, and we profit for whatever is on the ground, use all the energies, and that basically happened naturally. Not everywhere, obviously, but in some territories it did. For example, the history of the flags as well. We had, in the past programming period, 2 flags, and they overlap precisely with 2 existing lags. So it was a natural choice. I mean, you already have a lag that is working, you have the structure, the knowledge, also the fact that municipality recognized lag as an important actor on the territory, so it was so natural to do that. And it should be also promoted by, in our case, by the regional authority to, you have this subject, this, society or whatever, just take the best they can do and obviously shape it to the regulations or indication of each single funds, but it can be done. I mean, it should be done. Yeah.
It should be, absolutely. Justine, is there anything you would like to add at this stage? Not right now, thank you. Please remember our speakers are here with us for the rest of the day. Thank you all very much indeed. We will now have a coffee and oxygen break, which will last until 11:40. So there's more time for networking before we get into the nitty-gritty of the performance framework. Thank you all very much.
So, I think we can start. Thanks for this active discussion we had before the break. And I think it's actually very relevant to recall what Wheat has actually brought up in one of the questions or comments about the difference between the front office and the back office, because we are now entering a little bit into this back office question with the second session of today. My name is Ursula Budik-Tabor. I'm a member of the Rural Pact Support Office team. And I was asked by Pavel, who's the mastermind of this whole event, to chair this session on tracking and monitoring support for rural areas. So how do we know of the funding that will be integrated in those national and regional partnership plans? How do we know how much of that is going to rural areas and what it is doing there? So for that, in addition to this draft regulation, which we are all discussing and so excited about, there is this whole range of supporting legislation, including the performance regulation. And we have with us Sophie Hélène from DG Agri, head of unit, who is the person who knows most about it and is going to share her knowledge with us. Sophie, please.
Thank you, and thank you for having me with you. I'm sure you are all excited about the performance regulation, at least as I am. No, but I mean, actually, we all need to have a solid system to do accountability, and this is the aim of this proposal. So the scope is a bit different compared to what we used to have, because it's a regulation that covers all the EU funding. So the idea is really to try to find regulations that can homogenize and simplify and ensure consistency through the performance, the different performance elements for all the EU funding. And the coverage is as follows. So it's about horizontal principles, it's about indicators, it's about reporting, and it's about dissemination in a single website. And I'll come back to all these elements in my presentation. To start with, on the horizontal principles, so the first one, it's about spending targets. So there are two spending targets in the regulation on green and another one on social. So, I mean, legally speaking, one is in the performance, the other one is in the NRP. Whatever, the performance regulation is putting them into music. And these two spending targets, they are linked to EU coefficients. So how does it work? For environment and climate, each of the different interventions will be classified by what we call an intervention field, which is representing the kind of activity which is supported by the measure intervention. And for each of these intervention field, there is a coefficient based on the system of Rio markers with a three-tier system, which is allocated to the measure to define whether it's yes, no, contributing to climate change adaptation, to climate change mitigation, and to the environment. The possibility of the coefficient is 0, 40%, or 100%. And here you have the example on the screen for the targeted income support, for which a 40% coefficient is set due to the farm stewardship, and also because of studies we've been doing on the contribution of income support to sustainable to support, for example, extensive livestock, organic, and other sustainable, very highly sustainable systems in terms of environment. And what we count for the green target, if the coefficient is different between these three dimensions, is the maximum of the three coefficients. So that's how it works for the green target. which is set at 35% for the whole EU funding, and with at 43% when we look only at the national and regional partnership regulation. It's a continuation of what we have now in the CAP. We have already a spending target on climate, and what we have also is one on biodiversity, so it's putting them together into this green target. The other target, which is linked to a system of coefficients, is the one on social policy, which is set at 14% for the whole EU funding. And there, the idea is to attribute the coefficients, a coefficient of social contribution when the intervention contributes to the European pillar of social rights. Then there is a new spending target on rural, and there it's not linked, how to calculate this indicator, this spending target is not linked to a system of coefficients which would be set like the other ones in the annex to the performance regulation, but it's linked to a territorial code, 02, that member states would attribute when they would define their interventions. So there is a whole list of territorial codes, and member states, when they design their interventions, they will need to link the measures again to these territorial codes. First series would distinguish between what is urban, rural, or when there is no specific targeting, or when everything or all area is targeted. There is a second one which is about, are we talking about outermost regions? Yes, no, islands. There is another one which is about the territorial, yeah, I need to look here because I don't see well. The integrated territorial development, so that's for CLLD and LEADER. And the last one is about NUTS 2. Okay, so when member states want to design specifically for a NUTS 2 region a given intervention. So lots of territorial codes that will also help you to assess the rural impact, because when a measure is targeted, I didn't mention it, but you also have sparsely populated areas, you have mountainous areas and so on, which have been now introduced. So when the measure is targeted, then we will be able afterwards also, not only at planning phase, but at implementing phase, we will be able to track the expenditure, but also what has been done in these territories. Then other principles that we have in the regulation, it's about the do not significant harm to the environment. So it's a principle which is coming from the financial regulation, and again, the regulation here on performance is putting it into music. So a guidance will be issued at the latest by the end of this year. And basically the main principle is that some interventions or some intervention fields, are deemed compliant with the do not significant harm by principle because they are not harming. Others would need criteria to be qualified as compliant. So in the remit of the CAP, for example, the income support is deemed compliant de facto, and it's in the NRP regulation because of the farm stewardship. On investments, some activities may not be able to be financed, so they are de facto not compliant. But for those which are compliant with criteria, the guidance will determine what are the criteria that make the investment possible, at least not the investment, but the support to the investment possible. So this kind of criteria to be defined relate, for example, to investment in irrigation. Okay? The assessment is done of the qualification of the intervention field, whether they are compliant or compliant with a criteria or not compliant, is done at intervention field level. Afterwards, in the plan, member states will need to assess measure by measure if what they, especially if it belongs to an intervention field with criteria, they will need to justify how it complies with the DNSH principle. On gender, and gender equality, the principle is also that there is a scoring of the different measures between what is not meant for acting on gender equality, so then the score is 0. What is defined really to have an impact on gender equality, it's then a score 2. And if it's an in-between, because it may not be designed specifically, but it will have an impact, then it's scoring 1. And again, the assessment will be made by member states in the plan for each of the different measures, and they might need to justify a score of 2 or 1. So that was for the horizontal principle. Now if we move to the monitoring of spending and results, the big novelty in the system compared to what we have currently on the CAP, it's the notion of intervention fields, which was basically added so that we can really classify all the kind of activities which are financed by the EU funding in different intervention fields. So there are intervention fields in the domain of agriculture, because basically what we have is that these intervention fields are grouped by policy area, and the policy area in many cases relate to an economic domain. So agriculture, forestry, but there is also energy, industry, and so on, which are policy areas. When it covers more sectors, and LEADER, for example, is under a policy area which is called multi-sector. That's the first level of the policy area. Then you also have business development, for example. And then you have a second level, which is telling you a bit more on what we are dealing with. So in the domain of agriculture and fisheries, then we have a split between what is agriculture, what is fisheries, and there are even some policy areas on food. So that's the system of intervention fields. So it means that without knowing the labels of the different interventions, you can really find your way into, we don't care about the how, but what is financed. That's really what these intervention fields are here for. For each intervention field, you will have this system of EU coefficients that we saw before on environment, climate, and social. And for each intervention field, there are also performance indicators attached to them. These performance indicators are output and result indicators. The performance regulation doesn't refer to impact indicators. There is a recital which says that the Commission can, and we will, define impact indicators at a later stage when we do, for example, evaluations. Yeah? So that's about the structure of the information which is really in Annex 1 to the performance regulation. So afterwards, the point is how to find our babies and to make sure that we have a place for each activity that we finance, which is meaningful, and also avoid that member states would not pick different intervention fields for the same action, because the system is working when it's consistent and applied consistently by member states. Otherwise, we would lose the value of having such a system to classify activities. So if we look at the CAP in particular, most of the CAP indicators are similar to the previous programming period. Where I suppose it's a bit less clear for you, it's where to find the rural development actions, because of course, there is no rural development pillar anymore, and we have interventions that can finance rural development under the CAP, and also elsewhere. We saw also the benefit of also going to other funds. So the idea is, again, to define the intervention fields not according to the source of financing, but according to, again, what we are doing. So we are trying also to work a bit on how to signal better what works for rural. And the novelty also is that we tried to have a few result indicators more which are measuring outcomes. Otherwise, you know that we are often criticized for having result indicators which are too close to output indicators rather than result. It's linked to the difficulty to measure the direct effect of our support when especially we deal with environment, when the impact is not straight away, or when it's, there is no direct measurement possible, or there are too many external factors. But we try to develop methods based on planning and farming practices so that at least we have result indicators measuring outcomes for GHG emissions, ammonia, and soil organic carbon. So if we put everything in together, you start with a measure, and here we took the example of investment in social services. That's your measure, the measure that a member state is defining in its plan. Then the intervention field, in this case, to be selected if it's in the domain of agriculture and rural areas, would be investment in basic services and small infrastructure in rural areas, which is under policy area agriculture. The coefficients are zeros there. And the territorial dimension in this case would be 0.2 because the member state is really targeting rural areas. And the indicators that the member states can pick up from, for the output, it's number of operations or number of funding agreements if the member state is using a financial instrument to finance it, or smallholders in third countries. So no change, the cap will not finance third countries. It's because actually these fields can be used by other DGs dealing with programs of external action. In this case, if they have an action that will develop basic services in rural areas in Africa, for example, they could use this intervention field, and then they would need a different way of counting the units paid. Here it's about the number of smallholders in third countries. Result indicator, and I was telling you very close to what we have currently, share of rural population benefiting from investment support in basic services and small infrastructure. So that's how it works. So each time when the member states will define in the plan their intervention logic, a measure answering a need in view of this common specific and objectives of the cap, of the EU funding, sorry, they will afterwards need also to link to the different components of the performance regulation, knowing that the output will be, in this case, what will determine the final target for the planning and therefore the triggering of the payment. Result indicators in this new performance regulation have no special link to the performance, meaning that if there is a discrepancy between what is planned and what is realized in terms of result indicators, there is no specific need for member states to justify the discrepancies in a report. And there is no system of biannual performance review with a system of action plan and potential financial correction. What we have instead is a system by which still the result indicators will be reported every year and will be discussed in the annual review meetings of the monitoring committees. And if there is a need of action, there will be minutes of this meeting that can be afterwards, that could require follow-up from the member state. For LEADER, the intervention field is 335. So if you are looking for it, it's at the end. So, and that's putting together CLLD and LEADER. That's why some of the output indicators you might be surprised, like number of visitors. It's also to fit the needs of other CLLDs than the ones we are used to in LEADER. So what's new, really, in this performance regulation and in link to the delivery model? It's that targets in the new regulation are not set on result indicators, they are set on output indicators for what we call the target-based interventions. And what are the target-based interventions? They are mainly the investments, but also setting up of young farmers, rural business startup, everything which is basically in the remit of rural development, I would say. EIP, AKIS, all this is target-based interventions. And this is where member states need to set a target, and the payment is possible to the member state by the Commission only when the target is reached, with intermediate steps and so on, but we don't enter into the details of the planning. And the milestones, in the terminology of the NRP, it's not a step toward the target, it's a qualitative step, such as launching a call or selecting strategies or lags that could really also trigger a payment. Okay, so milestone is a qualitative trigger for afterwards a payment. Target is a quantitative one. And all of them are based on output indicators, and they're not based anymore on result indicators. Then what is new also is that the scope of the Annex 1 is broader, including for agriculture, than the current CAP strategic plans, because it's covering as a common market organization and POSEI and school scheme and so on and so forth, promotion even, CAP networks, voilà, they are also. Basically all EU funding, whether it's shared management or direct management or indirect management. The member state can select only one output by measure, intervention field, and then they select one or more result indicators in agreement with the Commission, because, the plan needs to be agreed with the Commission. And on the result indicators, the estimated value is estimated for the whole period, so no yearly steps. The 3 new result indicators we saw already. When it's relevant, it's mandatory for member states to select GHG emissions. And the planning and reporting of the result indicators is by measure. Currently, it's at plan level, at agricultural plan level. For reporting, there isn't really a report, there is reporting. So it means it's a data exchange by the 15th of February, but also we will get information thanks to the payment applications, which can be up to 6 times a year, in which member states will need also to justify the payment by saying, okay, we reached this target, or we reached this number of output, and it will be part of the payment application. So we can consider that it's part of the reporting, because we will be able to use this also to monitor the implementation. In terms of annual reporting, and I think it will be dear to your heart, we have Article 63, which is a continuation for us of what we currently have in the data on intervention and beneficiaries, and more largely on monitoring and evaluation. It's part of the transparency requirement, so it's mixed together. And basically, we will get information on beneficiaries, final recipients, contractors, but also operations, lags, and EIP agri. And there, what I think is very important is that for the operation, we will know the geolocation, so the municipality. And that's how we will be able to compare afterwards, okay, using the Gourba, for example, what actions or what operations have been financed in rural areas. Okay? So that's a very important part. Then there is the transparency requirements, make that there will be the obligation, as currently, to publish the biggest beneficiaries of the EU funding. But the difference compared to now is that instead of going in each member state and check their website, which are structured in a different way, everything will be in the single gateway. So you see how it can improve your work as analyst to do and to have a better following up of the support. So that's about the transparency, and publication will also be once a year. For the Article 63, for area-based support, it will be once a year. For the other support, we propose twice a year. Then on evaluations, we keep as Commission the obligation to do an implementation report at midterm, which is not the same as our current obligation of midterm evaluation. It's a report covering the whole NRP plan, and the obligation to do an ex post evaluation. For member states, Basically, the obligations are the same as currently, except for the fact that the ex-ante evaluation that we have currently in the CAP is removed. Why? It's because to have an ex-ante of the whole NRP plan was considered too difficult, because that's really, what can you say when you have to cover everything? And basically, member states in the discussion, it was already embedded into the proposal, but not as clear. They really mark that for the interim evaluation of the ex post, they can also do evaluation by chapters, or activities, or groups, or programs, and not only of the whole plan. Voilà. And the final thing I wanted to share with you is this single gateway, which I think is really an improvement in terms of transparency. It should group together the information on implementation of the EU funding, including performance indicators, but also the funding opportunities, so basically what are the calls there, and the information on recipients, meaning the transparency data. And I stop here. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Sophie. And yes, please stay on the stage. There may be some, I think we are a bit late, so not too many, and again, we have no time for discussion questions, but maybe we can have some clarification questions, just if something was not completely clear from the presentation. Okay. If there's any quick question to clarify something, yes? All right.
Thank you so much. My name is Ewa Orlańska. I represent the Ministry of Development Funds in Poland. And I wanted to clarify some technical things. Thank you for the presentation. It was very informative, very practical. However, we started to draft our plan. So we are here on this really practical side. And I wanted to ask you about these 4 types of territorial dimension that we have to, each measure has to be assigned these codes, right? These 4 types of codes. However, how do you view it? Does the whole allocation of the measure has to be assigned, for example, as a rural areas target or urban areas target, or do we have to make it a breakdown of the allocation? How do we account it? Because the measure can be broken down into intervention fields, and each of the intervention fields can have a different goal and different territories covered. So, yeah, that's basically my question. Thank you.
Yes, please. That's very relevant.
Indeed. So, first you point at something which is important, is that interventions have to be split by intervention field. So that's mandatory. So it's no way that a member state would define one intervention super global for investments and then plan under one intervention field. So the member states can define one intervention, but the planning of the money and the outputs need to be done at intervention field level. So that's to start with. Then on the territorial code, voilà. So there might be more territorial codes by intervention. So that's clear. And then afterwards, how we link it back to the rural target. It's still under discussion how we manage it. Okay? Voilà. I'm looking at my colleagues. Yeah.
Do you want to comment, Alexia? I don't know.
No, I think we cannot say much more, but basically there's still, the technicalities, exactly how it will work. It depends if you can split within the intervention between different activities, or if you could specify in the plan the amount that would count for rural without splitting the intervention, which is what our colleague on the stage is fighting for. But we don't have this agreed yet. But that would be the most practical option, is that if you're familiar with the famous costing table, in the costing table you could have a column to say how much counts for the rural target. And then you would just say, if you have, for example, CLLD interventions, you would say it matters for 0-2 rural, but also for 0-1 urban. But you could specify the amount that is relevant for rural. I see nodding, so you have support from the member states to keep it simple. But yeah, voilà. But off the record, although we recorded and web streamed.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, thank you. So you see, we're already getting into the technical details, which is we are early. I mean, we are late in the process, but we are early in the sense that not everything is decided yet, and so we are trying mainly more to ask questions and collect these questions and see later on how we can support also the Commission and the member states to with this. And of course, nothing is set yet about the future, but there are already member states that are already preparing something, or they are building on what they already have. So we selected 2 examples from 2 member states on 2 extremes of Europe, the north and the south, and to share what they're currently doing. So it's not about how they will approach the current performance, the new performance framework, but it is about the systems that they are using and which can hopefully be inspiring for you. So the first example is Marianne, who's already asked the question, Marianne Setkanaho from the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, is that correct? Or is it Agriculture and Forestry, indeed, from Finland? And yes, sorry. And then again, this very good point. You will also be able to, from the same link to Slido as before, to add your own comments and questions as before, and we invite you, and also those people who are online, to ask their questions to all the presenters, and try to ask them early on, because Pavel will have the same task as I had before, to find out that after I summarized the questions, then a lot of interesting comments appeared in the Slido, which we were not able to take into account. So if you want to ask a question and want it to be taken into account, put it in early. Thank you. Marianne, please go ahead.
So I just put here. Yes. Hello, everybody. My name is Marianne Selkänaho, and I come from Finland, from the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, which is responsible for rural development in Finland. So that is why our ministry has been worried about rural issues for a quite long time, and we have a long history for rural development also at the national level. And there are a few details about Finland, but I think you already know that Finland is one of the most rural countries in the whole EU and really sparsely populated. And that is the one reason why we have to make different kind of classifications for rural areas and for the whole country. And even though Finland is quite sparsely populated, the resources for bioeconomy and food and other elements are needed, and they come from rural areas, so this is really important point. But you can concentrate this later on the website. So in Finland we have made this urban-rural special classification for quite a long time ago, and we have made it together with the Ministry of Employment and Economy and with the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, and also the statistics of Finland have been involved in this work. And in a country like Finland, the municipal boundaries does not work in the classification, so we need detailed typology based on geographical information. Yeah, this is a basic what we have used for the classification. So the population, labor force, commuting areas, buildings, road network, land use data sets, and other things that are basic, but you will see them later on more precisely. Here you can see the old classification that we used to have, and then we moved to spatial data, and then you see the new one on the right side. At this moment, our classification is under update. We had the survey about the users who are using this classification and asked, do we need new classification or is it just something to update? And the result is that we just need to update. And we have this quite specific spatial data, like 250 square meters boxes, and it's pretty precise, but we still need even more local information. So this classification is used for national needs, and in the local level they also have the more detailed classifications as well. And here you can see the basic information about Finland's municipalities, and the sizes and everything varies between municipalities a lot in rural areas and in cities, so the classification is totally needed. But you can read them later on the website. And then a little bit mathematics about the formulas and how this classification is done. So you see the population density map here on the left, and then there's the Höfindal index map in the middle, and then the land use map on the right side. And here in the bottom, they all are combined. And you see the Höfindal index formula on the left, and it's really difficult for me to understand this index, but it's about businesses and how they are concentrated and how they are dealing with the markets. If they have the strong market power, so it gives the different kind of numbers. But in this picture, there's tens of different classifications for Höfindal index and hundreds classification for land use and the population density. And you'll see that there are huge amount of different areas in Finland, and they all need the specific actions. The result is 7 regional classes, and there are 3 for urban areas and 4 for rural areas. And they are all defined here. And this has been used quite a lot this last programming period. But as I said, even though this is pretty good classification, more detailed classification is also needed at the local level. And there's this really detailed information, but you can study it later. And where we are using this classification nowadays, it's a quite big amount of surveys and studies, and we have been using this for the allocation of rural funding in our rural development program under EAFRD and CAP plan, and there are really many other targets where they are using it, and of course the rural proofing is one really important issue, because it's really important to find where the impacts are. But it's also used at the EDRIF funding when they are making the picture of the regional situation. They have been using this classification. So it's really used already now, but when they were making this survey and questionnaire, how it's working at this point, there were, I would say, tens or even 100 more issues that they were wanting to use this classification. So it is really needed, and for the rural target, we need this kind of classification and even more local classification. And there will be the website where you can find the whole classification survey in English and other statistics, and I hope you will find it useful. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks.
Yes, Marianne, could you please stay on stage in case there are comments or questions in the slide for you? And thank you very much also for your effort to keep to the time. Just to say to everybody, all the presentations will be available on the event website very shortly, within a few days, and you will have much more detail than is actually that we managed to present here. And then the second example, we have Konstantinos Asikis from the Ministry of the Environment and Energy in Greece. So it's a different ministry, as I understand. This ministry is actually following all the rural matters except for agriculture, which is the Ministry of Agriculture. So again, in Greece, there is a different approach to the data integration.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. This is a reality. Except the pure agriculture matters, the whole planning for the rural space is under the Ministry of Environment and Energy in Greece, because we have the General Secretary for Special Planning. So, special planning includes not only urban planning, but also rural planning, the planning of rural areas. So, we have several building blocks. Okay, yes. Yes.
This is web stream.
Yes. Because I'm a little uncomfortable. Yeah. Okay. I used to move. So we have several building blocks that can support a more systematic and integrated approach to create a unified territorial tagging framework. The context: the increasing need to better understand how EU-funded investments impact rural territories. The key challenge is not the lack of data. We have plenty of data, but the challenge is the fragmentation of data across the different systems, even across the different ministries. Even across the different ministries. And the sectors and levels of governance. So, which are the building blocks? Basically, the several program monitoring systems. Each public body has both the local system, each local system, to monitor the investments, but we have the monitoring systems across the governmental bodies. We have many of spatial and environmental data sets. We have the functional territorial data. Which are the functional territorial data? In our point of view, okay.
Otherwise, you are at risk.
Okay. In our point of view, we have not only municipalities, we have territories, because maybe we have a river that cross many municipalities. So, in our point of view, all this area must, we must see all this area with a holistic approach. Which are the environmental impacts in this area regarding the river? And for all the other matters, in our point of view, the most important is the functional territories, not only the municipalities. So, we are building right now, currently, the open data. We have started some years ago, but now the system is starting to be really functional. So we have the opportunity to integrate these elements. So, some examples. We have the Spatial and Environmental Data Portal, the GeoPortal, which is the GeoPortal of the Ministry of Environment and Energy, with many useful data sets regarding land use, natura areas, forests, and water bodies. This is an awarded portal. We have the portal regarding the waters, the rivers, so we can monitor all the data which are related with the water, which is a very critical matter nowadays, and especially for rural areas, not only regarding the agricultural needs, but also regarding pollution and all these factors. We have the new open data portal, which has started 2 months ago, and now is we feed this. We're feeding this portal with plenty of data for all the sectors of, not only for the environmental, but also for the financial, economical, every sector of the governmental issues. We have the participatory spatial planning platform, which is a very innovative platform because in Greece we started to have the local spatial planning plans, So this platform is a really participatory portal in order to have all the options and the citizen opinions regarding the local planning. Local planning includes all the sectors of the rural life, agriculture, tourism, everything. So it is very critical, very crucial to have the opinion of the rural citizens in a specific portal designed specifically for this purpose. These are the 4 portals that I have mentioned. The portal of the ministry, the GeoPortal, the National Monitoring Water Network, the Data and Services Portal, and the portal for the local plans. So, we have some other thing which is not technical, but is very important, is structural. I'm an executive officer in the Ministry of Environment. What I mean? This is a brand new position because we are public employees with experience, a body of experienced public employees across all the governmental bodies, to the ministries, to the central government, that we are coordinated to monitor and to propose the governmental planning with 3 different sectors, the law drafters, the policymakers, and the digital analysts. I'm a digital analyst, urban planner and special planner in my academic studies, but digital analysts for this purpose. So we have we have created the administrator structure which permits us to coordinate and the everyday governmental issues to make easier the monitoring of all these issues. So we have an open line with my colleague like you in the Ministry of Agriculture, which accidentally is a very close friend of mine. So we have all this open cooperation. And the administrative structure includes the three levels, the governmental, of course, and the two levels of the local government. So, we have the local special plans, as I have mentioned, the integrated territorial investments, the special frameworks that are brand new, the new frameworks for tourism, maritime activities, etc. And we have, as regarding our territorial focus of the Greek state, I mean, we have some very fresh, new. We have created a specific general secretary dedicated for the mountain areas. I think this is 3 weeks, yes, 3 weeks ago. This happened 3 weeks ago, a month ago, the brand new General Secretariat for Mountain Areas. So, the core idea is to combine the data, the program data, the spatial and environmental data sets, the functional territorial layers, the open data infrastructures, the governance mechanism, and the stakeholder participation. The key messages, the territorial tagging is not only about data collection, it is about linking data, governance, and territory. And we need to better connect existing systems in order to understand territorial impacts. And the territorial tagging is a key enabler for more effective and place-based rural policies. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Kostas. And yes, please stay on stage because there may be a few questions directed specifically for you. And again, we have about 2.5 minutes before the lunch break, but well, we'll see. Maybe we can eat a little bit into our lunch break for Pavel to present the Slido questions or the comments.
Yes, and I'll be able to go only through a few of them necessarily because there has been quite a lot of questions. Maybe if I could start with a few questions directed to Sophie, Hélène. One question, when it comes to ITI, CLLD, and LEADER, is each project a specific intervention field, or do you expect one intervention field to cover ITI, CLLD, LEADER for the whole country or the whole region? So that's one question. Another question is about you mentioning earlier small infrastructure in rural. And the question is, what is small?
Small is beautiful. Okay, so I would need to double check, but intervention field 335 covers CLLD, LEADER, and other territorial actions. But there is an intervention field 334, and I'm not sure if this is the one for what you mentioned as the other territorial action, or so I would need to double check. So, but if the person can check the Annex 1,
it would be or 335 or 334. Voilà. And then about small infrastructure, I mean, you know that it's always how we avoid overlaps between cohesion and currently the second pillar. It's on the size of the infrastructure we finance currently under development. And I'm not sure there is a strict definition of small. I'm looking at my colleagues. Yeah, it's as defined by member states, but basically that's how we make the distinction. Huh? And actually, it's indeed member states defining, and that would make the delimitation between the territory of cohesion and
Maybe a question to Marianne, or I try to combine two questions. First, whether the urban rural classification system you have aligns with the Degurba one, and to what extent your classification system is different from what is being proposed by the Commission.
We hope that we can use our classification along the Commission regulation, because we really see that it has to be based on every member state's needs, and because we are all member states is totally different, and the one definition is really difficult totally for everybody. So I think they can be certain amount of certain level of common definition, but there needs to be possibility to use the national classifications. And I think Hilka can say any better about this urbanization.
The Gurba degree of urbanization. I don't know if we have the time, but if we want very briefly, Hilka.
Very briefly, it's not the same. So, so ours is much more detailed, and it's based on different indicators.
Thank you very much. Kostas, if I could just ask you, which entity at the national level is responsible for integrated territorial initiatives? Do you know the answer for that?
You mean integrated territorial investments?
Sorry. Integrated territorial policies is the question I have here. Investments, do you mean, Kevin? ITIs, integrated territorial investments.
The national coordinator for all the type of investments is the Ministry of Economic Development. So this has the whole coordination. Each ministry has the sectoral, the domains for each one. So the national body is the Ministry of Economic Development.
Thank you very much. I will finish with a question to Sophie again. It came up a couple of times on why Leader CLLD is not counted towards the social policy spending target. Or maybe it is. Maybe you can put to rest the worries of some of our participants.
Unfortunately, I cannot, because indeed the social coefficient of CLLD leader is 0%. And why? So it's not because the social impact of leader CLLD is not acknowledged. We have the same in agriculture, with setting up of young farmers, with national renewal, whatever. We have more in terms of that we could consider having a social impact. It's because the coefficients were made in a way that it's really targeted to the European pillars of social rights. And would you consider leader into this, you would need also a much higher spending target on social. So it was a way to secure some, I would say, funding into food, into young, into disabled populations, and so on. But it's not questioning the social impact of leader. Be reassured. I mean, we are the first ones demonstrating it. So, yeah. And to go back to the first question, to confirm, any other territorial tool than LEADER and CLLD would be accounted in the same intervention field as LEADER CLLD. So it's 335.
Okay, I think we have to stop here. There will be opportunities to take up some of the discussion strands in the discussion groups after lunch, although they will be mainly focusing on community involvement and participation and act as stakeholder in, let's say, the partnership principle. I would like to thank very much all our speakers who've provided us a lot of food for thought. And then I hand over to Pavel to give us some practical announcement about lunch.
Yes, it's the time for herding participants to food and then, more importantly, back from food. So we will meet again here in 1 hour's time. That's at 13:45, 1:45. Two things about lunch. It's quite a long way away. It's closer to the reception of this building. So when you plan your return, remember that you have a walk to take. Please, when you're down there, we have tables set aside for us. If you could please only sit at the tables that are marked with the Rural Pact. And when you leave now, or when you come back, or later on this afternoon, on the high tables over there are some publications which we all carried over here, and we don't look forward to carrying them away again. So please do feel free to look at what we have there. There are some nice new things that you might be interested in. See you here again in an hour's time. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. I think it was very, very interesting and I think very useful. So thanks. Yes, many thanks, as usual. Very useful.
All right, everybody, welcome back from lunch. I hope you enjoyed it. If I could just ask you to take your seats again so that we can try and get through the 4 speakers we now have coming up. So if I could ask you to take your seats, please. And it is my great pleasure that we can now move on to discuss the partnership principle, a very important element for all European citizens to make sure that they can participate in the planning and the implementation of various programs, projects, strategies that affect their lives directly. This is key to making sure that it meets the needs that these citizens have expressed. And we'd like to start once again with a presentation from a representative of the European Commission, this time from DG Regio, and I'd like to invite Neneva Biševac onto the stage.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Thank you very much for the invitation. Am I too closer to... okay. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here, and as I've mentioned to some colleagues, and as the representative from Tuscany reminded me, I have not dealt with rural development from the Regio perspective since 1420, when that was a part of the by CPR, basically. But we are still, as we like to call it, part of the shared management family. So many principles and many ways of working together are still the same, and I think it's quite appropriate that we had Peter this morning, and I'm also present today here with you. I will present the partnership principle as we have it now, but also with the looking forward perspective. With a very small disclaimer, of course, but my colleagues have said it in multiple occasions today. We will base our interventions on the Commission proposals. Of course, we are still in the negotiation, and we are discussing with the co-legislators. So one fact that I think everyone in this room knows very, very well, the principles of, I can say, cohesion policy, but also principle of the shared management funds in Europe. The main principles are, of course, partnership principle, multi-level governance, which is particularly important in I would say, regio-based or regio-led investments and programs, and also those concerning rural development. And also for those two, bottom-up approach is really crucial, and we've heard already today in several interventions and very, very good examples of those. Current CPR is prescribing inclusion of all the relevant partners. The relevant partners, I would say, as are the ones that I think are the closest probably to us in DG Regio and DG Agri, and the ones that are automatically on everyone's mind, of course, are regional and local actors. And they are the ones, I would say, with the biggest concerns about the future and about their roles in the more centralized approach, we have to say, because there will be one program per member state. Of course, by their nature, economic and social partners are always involved. Also, relevant bodies of civil society, and those are very often, we call them green NGOs or associations dealing with climate and environmental issues, social issues, representing youth or people with disabilities, and those that are advocating the equality and non-discrimination, of course. Also, research organization, academia in general, are very, very often very useful partners to provide their knowledge, their research, and their, let's say, forward thinking, and their ideas that can be always very, very useful. But it's not only about the structure and about the well-chosen and well-representative partners, but it's also some of the very important considerations and issues that we can have. And that is if those partners are timely informed. And I would say one of the main purposes of this event and what the Rural Pact is doing is precisely about this, about transparency and sharing information in timely manner, because if you find out too late, there's no room for improvement or to any action. I would, maybe this is a standard presentation, I would maybe put together the lower left and upper right points together, because it's very often, and those that are for years in different funds management or program management in any level, we know and we've seen sometimes it's just a ticking box exercise. Partners have been consulted, yes. Of course, we all here work, and the Commission in general works on really involving partners, not to have it as a box ticking exercise and only show the documents or prepared programs or plans for their approval. It's always, of course, question of do we take, so involving on time, but also listening, because sometimes it happens that they are asked for the opinion, but the opinion is not taken on board. Of course, with a reasonable amount or reasonable boundaries, because not every idea or every remark can be taken on board. That's why the governments, the authorities have the responsibility for programs or for plans. So this feedback and taking into account and into consideration and improving the program documents, for example, with the input from partners is extremely important. But there's another issue that is very often the case, and I presume, I'm not an expert in rural development, but I presume in rural actors it's especially the case, because we are talking about smaller associations or smaller local entities. Do they have enough capacity? Do they have enough knowledge? Do they have enough people who can reply to those consultations, who can put their time away for reading all these documents, going through them, and providing valuable comments. That's why it's also very, very important that we put some time and efforts in the capacity building of all relevant partners, especially those, of course, that need it most. Of course, not once it was mentioned this morning, European Code of Conduct on Partnership that we have since 2014, so for last two programming periods. I would say an excellent guide and the basis for partnership in all shared management family funds. I'm pretty sure you all know the main principles, as I mentioned already. Are the right partners represented? Transparency of the selection, how did we choose precisely those partners? Are those the ones that have friends in the government, or they are the ones that truly represent the stakeholders and all the relevant groups? Also, I think someone mentioned today, it's important to involve the partners indeed in the planning and programming, because all the important priorities are embedded at that moment. It's the really crucial moment, but it's not the only important. They should be involved also in the implementation, in the monitoring, and the evaluation. By the last moment, we sometimes get lost on the way, unfortunately. And also one very important remark, we see it sometimes in similar discussions or in groups like this. Very often the authorities, Commission maybe included, sees the partners as involving partners as doing them a favor. We are open, we will listen to you, but sometimes they forget and see it as administrative burden, which sometimes it is, adding another step, adding another procedure. But I would urge all my colleagues in the Commission, but also in the national and other authorities, to see the partners as something very useful. These are the insights that we don't have. These are the experiences that we don't have. So it's very, very important and very, very useful. And I must say, we've seen it also. I have worked previously also on RRPs. Not having involved partners on time has blocked some measures, some investments or reforms. So it really does help. It's a really win-win situation if done properly. But as I said, also, of course, institutional capacity and of the partners. One of the ways to do the capacity building is always exchanging experiences like we are doing here. I think we all heard very, very interesting and useful examples this morning, and several are following. So this is something that we are really working on. Article, if I think 18 of the ECCP calls for a launch of European Community on Practice and Partnership. It has been launched in April 2022. It is managed by DG Regio, but I must say in very close cooperation and very active involvement of our colleagues from all shared management family DG's services, including DG Agri. Especially because of these special tools like LEADER, CLLD, and others, we learn very much from the rural perspective, I can say, all of us. And as I say, one of the main objectives really is to facilitate exchange and peer learning and capacity building of partners. I can say at the moment, we call it ECOP as an acronym. ECOP has 159 members, and they really cover a very vast span of authorities, actors, stakeholders. Some of them I even saw earlier today here. So they represent national and regional authorities. So we have managing authorities, we have even audit authorities present. To all kinds of civil society and other associations, either on European level, so I would say very strong ones that don't need capacity building from us, to some very small national or regional, also covering a vast array of topics. We have members that are dealing with migration and border management, members that are dealing with rural development, those that are dealing with particular social issues, and so on. So it's a very, very nice mix of members that meet regularly and exchange their experiences in different fora. As you can see, there is a or it's the next one, sorry. There's a plenary meeting every February, but there are also several subgroups or working groups that are working on either advocacy or on organizing webinars on different topics. Of course, there is you will get, as it was mentioned this morning, you will get a presentation so you can access the link to the website. So this was the part on what we are doing so far. I don't think there was much of a surprise to any of you. However, there is some concerns, some worries about what is next what is coming with the new MFF. Commission proposal keeps and maintains all the partnership principles in the Commission proposal. Of course, we don't know what will be adopted in the end. So still the partners from the first slide need to be involved. There's Article 6 of the NRP regulation that prescribes which partners, especially we can mention farmers, fishers, and other associations for the CAP. Also, they will differentiate among different chapters. We will see which chapters will be chosen by which member state. Further to that, capacity building, which I've mentioned a few times, which is very, very important, it is not a separate article. It's not self-standing, let's say, provision in the proposal, but it is a specific one of the specific objectives from the Article 3 that were explicitly mentioned that will provide for the administrative capacity building of authorities and stakeholders. Also, European Code of Conduct of Partnership is still in and is still explicitly mentioned. It's a small difference, but I don't think it's so relevant for you. The obligations, basically, of the Commission to inform Council and Parliament of the outcome of consultations is discontinued. Of course, what remains, again, as in 21-27, but I dare to say that most of these in the second column existed also in previous periods. It's not something new invented in 2021. Also, explicitly mentioned the role of partners in the submission or in preparation and the submission of the plan, and of course plan setting out the partnership, how it will be involved in the implementation and, as I said, monitoring and evaluation of the plans. One important element, and where partners have very, very tangible role, I would say, is, of course, monitoring committee, as we are very well used to. This will still exist, but monitoring committees can be more than one, because plan will consist of, in theory, one chapter or more, but in practice I cannot very honestly imagine a plan with one chapter. So there will be several, and monitoring committees can be per chapter, so there will be targeted for a specific, we can say, sector or region. It is up to member states to, of course, decide how many and what will they cover. It is even a bit, I would say, stronger and more reinforced in the proposal for next period, because they will have to be chosen, the partners, as members of monitoring committee in the public procedure. So we will have to see who and why is there, and citizens, of course. And Commission proposes that the number of partners that have voting rights outnumbers the number of participants or the members of the monitoring committee from the authorities. Also, there are new, of course, elements, but that's not limited to monitoring committee function. Also, the rule of law and horizontal conditions, it will be monitored by monitoring committee. Again, not to repeat the roles of monitoring, and there will be coordinate. The new element is the coordinating committee, which is set up according to Commission proposal if there is more than one monitoring committee. So that would be an oversight, let's say, body that will have a say on elements that are pertinent to the entire plan. So not only about one chapter, but on horizontal issues, on cross-cutting issues, and on plan as a whole. They will have some correction actions, but if I understood correctly from my colleagues working on the proposal, still the last say would be in case of disagreement on the monitoring committee being the ones working more close on the substance. We can agree we had in the past very good or very decent basis in legal terms, but we have seen very often that the quality of partnership, so with the same legislative obligations, the quality of partnership varies a lot per member state or per sector, sometimes per region, and that depends also on the national culture or other sectors of partnership. We are trying to gather many, am I going on well beyond? We are trying to gather examples about the partnership and lessons learned, again, on the sharing of experience. For this, we have compendium of good practices that is available also on the website that is linked in the presentation that you will receive. We have 6 clusters for which we gather best practice examples from which others can learn. I have just a few slides to show. Of course, you're not supposed to read this, but just to show you how one cluster looks on monitoring committees precisely. And we have several examples already in this one, including, for example, Irish example on CAP strategic plans. Where is the mix of formats and activities to facilitate stakeholders. Of course, we don't have time, but something also very, very nice I invite you to visit and to see are the small videos that my colleagues, together with contractors, have developed on these clusters and good examples. My apologies for running late, but thank you for your attention.
If I could invite you, Neneva, to come here, that would be great. We will not have Slido available for this part of the afternoon, so we will be asking for questions from the audience once we've gone through the examples we have. We actually managed to earn some brownie points with DG Regio when it turned out that all the 3 examples are from institutions that are part of the community of practice or partnership, so we did well. Now, if I could ask for Hartmut, do you have something you want now? Hartmut wants something now, he gets something now.
Thank you very much. Hartmut Bernd from the German Leader Association. I just have the question, you mentioned the environmental, the climate NGOs, which are part of the partnerships in the recent period, but I didn't find them in the new one. Are the problems with biodiversity, with climate solved now, or is there another reason for that?
Sorry, I did not hear about the what is missing from
the NGOs working with environmental protection or climate change, or I didn't find them there in the new system. They were in the old, you mentioned them, but I didn't find them in the new system. So the question was, are the problems solved?
Of course, we all know. Thank you for the question. Of course, we all know the problems are not solved. I have not been involved in drafting of the proposal. I would assume it is just to be more generic and general. I have no... yes, it's more general, assuming it will cover all those topics. Thank you.
Thank you, Pavel. Very, very briefly, Tom Jones, President of ERCA. Two questions. One is, we've had a good working relationship as rural stakeholders with DG Agri and DG Regio. Not perfect. Theory and practice aren't always perfect, and it would be good to be involved and consulted on the consultation processes for the next programming period so we can learn some lessons. What about the other Commission departments? Because we've talked about rural proofing in the past, how important it is to have all departments buying into the long-term vision. Are the other departments of the Commission also practicing partnership principle? And secondly, the capacity building, which is so important for small organizations to be able to deliver quick and thorough responses. Can you give us examples of what you mean by capacity building? What funds would be available and for what? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. For the other Commission services, I can say, as I mentioned, we call it a shared management family. So DG Employment, for sure, DG Mare, DG Home, have very, very similar approaches like we do, like Agri and Regio. Of course, Agri and Regio are the biggest, let's say, and most prominent, so very, very involved in this. But I would say very closely following, if not even before us, in certain moments or periods, it is DG Employment, for sure. So, and their nature, their policy is also involving social partners. So I would say they are very, very active. DG Home and DG Mare with their nature of shared management implementation as well. For other services, it's very difficult to say, very honestly, because some of them don't have that in their, let's say, nature, in their operation ways. Maybe if you are hinting at the services managing the RRF, indeed, partnership was not one of the achievements. I would say mainly due to the emergency of the instrument, but it is a lesson learned, I think, and they should learn from it for the future. And the second question was on the capacity building. There will be, as I said, in the future, if the proposal is adopted like this, specific objective for I would say trainings involving partners in different events. I would say something like we have today. We had different measures, but it was more for actors that are between the authorities and the really local actors. For example, regional development agencies in several member states that were very much reinforced by at least in 14, 20, 21, 27. So I assume similar practices can be concluded. And just one thing to add, as of course the regulation cannot tell us a lot, as the previous question as well, saying civil society, there's no explicit mention of biodiversity or climate supporting NGOs or specific description of the measures. As we are used to, the regulation will be accompanied by guidance from the Commission to the Member States, where I must say the work on this one has not started on the element of partnership, but it will be there, hopefully on time, because I've heard already several Member States are very, very well advanced, like Poland or Estonia. So this will be further elaborated.
Jeneva Bisevac, thank you very much. Eva Orleańska works at the Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy in Warsaw, and she's our next speaker, next presenter, showing how stakeholders are being involved in the development of the NRPPs. The work has started already, and we'd love to hear how that is proceeding. Eva, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I want to give you this very brief presentation on our experience in engaging stakeholders in the preparation of the next period. First of all, I want to stress that the voice of partners is really important, really valuable for us, both in the current perspective 21-27. We listen to their voice. We have been pointed out as a leader when it comes to implementing the partnership principle. Here you can see the QR codes that lead to reports that confirm that and that give you some good practices on Poland. The ministry that I work in, the Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy, has been assigned this very difficult task of preparing the national and regional partnership plans. So we wanted to engage the partners from the very beginning. And this has taken on a concrete form. In February this year, the Ministry of Development Funds has established a formal team to support the preparation of the national and regional partnership plan for Poland for the next perspective. The main task of this team is to support the minister by working out recommendations on the strategic priorities and on the concrete measures for the plan. This team brings together representatives of different sectors, of all the ministries, of 16 regions. Regions will manage 44% of the total allocation for Poland, so that they are a really important actor. Of course, the local level as well, social and economic partners, including from the fisheries and agriculture sector, civil society organizations, climate organizations as well, social economy entities, and of course the academic community, very important for us. Altogether, this is about 90 people involved in this core formal team. However, this team meets in plenary sessions. However, on a daily basis, it operates through 8 working subgroups. And each of this group focuses on one of the priorities of the plan. 4 priorities are coordinated by our ministry, so Ministry of Development Funds. I will not read them, you can read them now or later. Another 2 are coordinated by the Ministry of Agriculture, and the group number 7 is coordinated by the Ministry of Interior Affairs. And then there is this 8th group that has more of a horizontal focus. It concentrates on the territorial dimension of the cohesion policy measures. And each of this working group has, of course, a different composition of stakeholders, of members, and they are not limited only to this formal team representatives, which are more of a high-level representatives. These working groups consist more of experts from different backgrounds. And the shared goal of each working group is to develop recommendations in each of this thematic area. And the working group that we work with, me and my colleague present here, we coordinate the works of a group of territorial dimension. And we discuss the needs, the specific needs of 4 types of territories. Those are the so-called areas of strategic importance. So these are cities and their functional areas, just transition territories, rural areas, especially those areas which are affected mostly by the population and other socio-economic negative phenomena, and the border areas, eastern border areas of Poland, bordering Ukraine, Russia, or Belarus. And then some practicalities about our works. Our group has been active since early May. We already had 7 meetings. We bring together about 100 participants from different backgrounds. The meetings are held online so that to ensure that all the participants can attend the meetings. We try to coordinate the meeting schedules across different working groups, so to ensure that the interested participants can participate in as many working groups work as they find relevant. Each working session, each meeting is dedicated to only one of these types of areas, so that to ensure a really practical and really fruitful discussion. And we prepare before each meeting a background material, so that to ensure that all participants have to read this basic knowledge, collected information in one place. And well, in the first round of meetings, we focused more on the diagnosis, on the identified needs, and on the current situation. The method of reversed hearings was also in place, so that the partners could really have an open presentation about what they find relevant in terms of these territories. But in the next round of meetings, we moved to discussing a really preliminary proposal from the ministry on the concrete measures, concrete reforms and investments. We discussed them, the partners can give their observations, and together we will work out recommendations how to amend them, how to really have a good set of measures, of investments. And about the next steps, well, the document assumptions for the plan it will probably be in the beginning of summer be adopted by the Council of Ministers, but it will only set this really big picture decisions, so like really most strategic, most general, and then the work of the working groups will continue, and hopefully by the end of the year we will have a draft plan ready to the public consultation. Okay, and just to sum up, we believe that this model that we adopted of the formal team and the working groups ensure a really good space for exchanging ideas, for confronting different perspectives. It really is on an expert level, and hopefully it will help us to design a good tailor-made plan for Poland, which is especially important when you think about the limited allocation and the shift towards the result-oriented policy. Thank you.
Eva, thank you very much for joining Neneva on stage. Next, we have an example on what's happening in Estonia. We talked earlier with Are Kasemets, who will be talking with us now about it probably being the same challenges, but on a slightly different scale. Are, the floor is yours.
Hello from my side, and today it was very good training and a lot of ideas and inspiration for all countries and presentations. And if to talk about Estonia, in comparison to Poland, Estonia is a relatively small country, but we have quite similar challenges also in our interactions between policymakers and stakeholders. And one of the key questions for us has been how can regional and rural impact assessment together with stakeholder engagement become a normal and routine part in decision-making across the government in all ministries? And of course, this question is relevant also to the preparation of Estonia's National Partnership Plan, NPP. And today my task is to explain briefly why Estonia has been identified as one of the positive examples of inclusive NPP consultation. Here's the picture of interaction. And there are EU-level NGO networks and national networks, and as you see, the government and the European Commission are between them, so that the stakeholders are around the policy makers. And in Estonian case, in all our policy actions, when we are talking about regional and rural policy, village movement, Kodukant, leader union of course, then different regional centers, and then also association of municipalities and businesses in rural areas are involved, and are in many these stakeholder events. And due to busy times, of course, the challenge is that the coordination between those actors could be better, and I would say that the pressure the government is not so high as it would be in some cases. And for me as a rural sociologist and puzzleman here, an important question is also what role rural provers and spatial data could play in mobilizing rural and rural-urban coalitions. And I think that I would emphasize that this pressure is good pressure from EU side and national side. And if we are talking about Estonian context, I would say that in addition to national networks, the EU initiatives like our Rural Pact or Right to Stay strategy are also now more visible, and our rural networks are using this EU knowledge to press our policymakers. All our rural networkers are also in different governmental advisory bodies. And I would say that it is clear that this national partnership plan actions will change the picture, because we have too many rural and regional strategies and too many maybe advisory bodies which are not very well coordinated, and we have to synchronize this system during next years in Estonia. There is the structure of Estonian National Partnership Plan objectives and sub-objectives, and it is a bit similar to Polish case, but we have only 5. And the great news is that regional policy and rural policy is integrated into all these special objectives. But of course the question is now how to measure, what kind of data, what kind of methods we need. And this Finnish presentation was very important for me. We need very clear statistical evidence and comparable evidence to give feedback also to the policymakers next years. Then it's the big picture. It's borrowed from our Minister of Finance, who is coordinating our national partnership plan. And now we are in June, and we had many seminars coordinated by different ministries, and more than 60 different stakeholders groups were involved in all these different seminars: economy and competitiveness, security, health, rural life, etc. And also we had regional seminars, and the leader network was the most important network to create evidence. What's going on in villages, what kind of expectations are, and if we will have the general elections next year in Estonia, then the finding what kind of expectations are in different regions are very important, and the policymakers are more open before elections. And of course, our ministry proposed 3 main reform proposals. It is most important is policy-centric Estonia, then food security, and then public transport is and all other reform proposals. To sum up, 15 different reform proposals and more than 700 pages of proposals available online in website. All can see. Now it is huge amount of information, and leader was also a key player here. It is an example of one seminar, Rural Life and Nature. It was titled so, but a lot of cases. And as you see, this implementing the spatial development vision for policy-centric Estonia, it was one among 10 different reform proposals and budgetary applications. And it is highly competitive environment. On the other hand, we are talking about need for cooperation, co-creation, and so on. And leader was on table, and it is they made huge work. And here is the proposals by leader. Leader analyzed all these 700 pages and all these 15 different reform proposals made by different ministries. And then also 7 of them. So that excellent work. And of course now the ball is on the hands of officials again and policymakers, and we don't know to what extent these proposals written and available by websites will be used in the process. Because also in June we will have the Parliament Revision Conference, different meetings in parliamentary factions, and then the cabinet will start working with budgetary proposals and so on. And now some conclusions maybe. I'm not going to detail because it is not time for improvisation, as Ursula said me, and it is right. So that to sum up, there has not been such complex EU policy instruments reform since Estonia joined the EU in 2004. And my biggest concern is how we can avoid the failing together. And also, final slide here, that the main conclusions would be as follows. First, broad consultation is possible, even highly, in a highly competitive policy environment. But in comparison to bigger countries, Estonia is a very small society, and we have less hierarchies many times than in Poland or Germany. It means that bigger countries need a federalized system, but we can go. We are as a local village, I would say, in academic words. So, organized rural networks, such as LEADER, is the key issue. And to combine local legitimacy and policy analysis. And this analysis and how we are using data also in policy communication is very important. And stakeholder engagement. No additional word. It was very good training from EU Commission side. And fourth, from my side, rural proofing must or could become a practical good governance tool. As a simple message for all policy and lawmakers, every person and every village counts. And if you are taking this principle seriously, the rural stakeholders' participation is not a side issue. We need stronger Estonia, we need stronger Europe in our complex times. And there are some pictures from Setomaa. It is also a border municipality with Russia, and using rural proofing tools, we made focus groups on villages and how to make this voice understandable on national level. It was our challenge. Thank you.
Ade, thank you very, very much indeed. That's much appreciated, your contribution here. We started this morning with an online speaker because the flight schedules proposed following the disruption didn't allow for Isabella Fernandez to join us. We have to end with an online speaker from an institution that in our planning notes are always referred to as the Ministry of Agriculture, etc. But I think I had better try and remember the full title of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, Climate and Environmental Protection, Regions and Water Management from Austria. And I very much hope that Christian Rosenwirth is online and will be able to make his presentation now on the work being done to improve stakeholder involvement in that federal state. Christian, can you hear us? Christian Rosenwirth. Right, we'll figure it out. Please don't leave us. I know it's the shock of my remembering the name of your ministry, but...
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now hear you. Christian.
Okay, I've shared already my presentation. Yeah, thanks for the possibility to contribute our experience online on the improving of stakeholder engagement for rural areas in Austria. First I will start with the experience from the last or the current period, the GAP strategic plan. As you mentioned, we have federal key players, starting with the Ministry of Agriculture, and we are also the Ministry of Region, and with the two tasks of managing authority and coordinating the regional policy. And my task was to lead the goal 8, let me say, for non-agricultural issues, and now I, for the future, responsible for the regional areas. We have also also on board the federal states, the Bundesländer, They are partner in designing, in implementation, and also very important for the co-funding for the plan. And a huge share of stakeholders, interest groups, and associations, and especially in on this topic, the local action group. You saw we started already 2019 with a great commitment in the GAP strategic plan consultation process. Over 1,700 participants across 4 major conferences with more than 120 expert sessions, and also a lot of bilateral meetings on the rural development. Our operating is highly federalized with our 9 federal provinces, the Bundesländer, and also numerous local action groups. They are organized in the Leader Forum as our partners. And we made afterwards a comprehensive review conducted by the National GAP Network, and they highlighted from the stakeholder side the appreciation of the openness of the ministry officials to take part their comments and recommendations. But we saw it was a very challenging task, and now we try to streamlining for the next period, moving away from this huge, broad traditional consultation to a more focused approach to design the joint national partnerships plan, especially what I can say only for the GAP regulation part, including the rural areas and the leader, to improve the leader methodology. Yeah, the ongoing, we have, and go back, I must say we are not so far like in Poland and Estonia, that as yet there is no decision made who will lead in Austria, which ministry, the process of the National Partnerschaftsplan and how the chapters will be organized. So we step forward, now taking the lead for, as I said, for the GAP regulation, including rural areas as one piece, because therefore we have the identification, yeah, that I have to say. So it's not the whole Partnerschaftsplan, it's only one part, one team, the GAP and the rural areas, yeah. We started at the beginning of this year with a GAP dialogue forum in Vienna with 140 participants, mainly coming from the monitoring committee, from the current GAP, and also stakeholders. They are important in the implementation at this time. And we saw there was a huge interest, and therefore we had in March and April for all interested people a webinar series, which was also recorded, that you can hear it also later on 3 main topics: the general multi-financial framework of the GAP, and you see 300 participants. Then we stepped into the specific themes: environment, climate, and income support. And then at least the strengthening of agriculture and rural areas with approximately 220 participants. In April and at the beginning of May, we had a public online consultation, which was announced also over our national GAP network, with in total 1,300 entries, and also for these 3 topics. And you saw that the main replies came for the strengthening of wider rural areas, approximately 900 answers. And now, this week and also next week, we have so-called GAP workshops as a stakeholder involvement, also for these 3 topics. And next week, we will have a stakeholder forum for the rural areas, where we put in the results also from the consultation process. Over summer, we will then draft the initial texts for the interventions by our ministry. And then in fall 2006, we will start with technical working groups where we involve the main stakeholder groups. And when we finish this, then in the first half of 2007, we have foreseen also dialogue forums or similar events for broader stakeholder groups. It was mentioned from the Commission colleague at the beginning of this session. Yeah, for LEADER and the LAC stakeholder process, we had a specific format which started already in June 2005. So you see before the Commission announced the MFR proposals, because we want to develop the LEADER methodology and also the funding measures. That was, I would say, for the multi-level governance approach, work together with the co-lead of the LEADER Forum in Austria, with the Ministry of Agriculture, our directorate, and also in collaboration with the federal states. They are also very much interested and involved in LEADER. So we worked together. We had 3 small working groups for 1.5 day until April this year. And there we concretely shaped the final strategy and also how far we will go and what we will amend. The core objective was also always in this process to see what's happening on the European level with the proposals, also put then our recommendations via our ministry in the process, and also to deep diving into the necessary innovation capacities for the local action group to be more effective for the transformation processes which are necessary in the future. We had also working, what is the national argument for LEADER to get enough resources in the future. So there's not the old presentation, sorry. The first thing was that we created a so-called bottom-down approach that would better align the national challenges with the regional needs, to bring them together to be more effective, and then the contribution to increase the resilience, also mentioned in the morning, go more on the aspect of the civil national defense to make it more visible what LEADER can contribute to this. And finally, also to align these various regional development structures we have in Austria to focus more on LEADER from the national side. And we still in the process to redefining the role of the LACs in Austria to bring together as a basic function the funding advisory and the networking hub, and evolve a little bit more in the role 3+, we call it, as an innovation agency with an integrated interface of the management, and in cooperation of the regions, it is then much more easier to scale up good examples which come from the LEADER work. Coming to the cohesion policy, in this context, the preparations were run over the Austrian Conference of Spatial Planning, the so-called ÖROC. That's an established platform for spatial and regional development policy in Austria. And there they have a specific committee for regional policy with a multi-level partnership format with the federal ministries, the Länder, the provinces, the associations of cities and municipalities, and also specific for Austria, the economic and social partners are part of this. And they were used for 2 dedicated workshops in October last year and March this year, where we had to support this expert level preparation for the next period. And the work was focused on regional and cohesion policy in context of the future MFF and the Austrian National Partnerschaftsplan. Yeah, the main goal at the beginning was to strengthen the partnership, to facilitate the expert exchange, to have a common understanding of the commission proposals, and to collect better the stakeholder needs, expectations they have, and also the perspectives for the future. And in the second workshop, we go deeper, structure the discussion, and look what could be a possible content in this area, maybe to amend a little bit the governance, and also in the implementation of the territorial instruments, also including the aspect of leader and CLLD, for what I'm also responsible in Austria. And a huge issue is also urban and rural cooperation. That's very important to come forward, also in the case of innovation. Yeah? And we identified synergies where we have to work together further, but also various coordination needs and maybe possible follow-up topics, they have to be discussed. Yeah, and finally, I was asked also to put a few questions on the page for the next breakout discussions. We have strong examples in Austria in leveraging the EU funds, like for LEADER, in this strategic plan for the multifunctional buildings. That means main functions for basic services in one building, in rural areas, rural innovation, which was also mentioned in the morning, to bring different sectors of economy together, town center revitalization, that's very important, and also in this context, the repurposing of vacant properties. The next question of monitoring of rural support was also already discussed a little bit in the morning. And the next issue is how to align agriculture diversification better in the gap, better with the regional development of the whole NRPP plan, and to force the urban and suburban and regional cooperation in the new Unified National Partnership Plan. And also mentioned from the Commission side, it's always important to reflect how, which way is the best to involve non-traditional actors, because they have time limits and also budget limits to take part on such consultations and stakeholder processes. Thank you very much.
Christian Rosenwirth in Vienna, thank you very much. And if I could ask you to please stay online, because we're now going to have a quick opportunity to perhaps ask just one or two questions. We're way behind schedule, but if I could ask you to please short, precise.
Thank you very much. I'm Juha-Matti Markkola, coming from the Finnish Rural Network, CAP Network. Actually, I have two questions. Madam Pisevak, you mentioned that there will be some guidance that actually member states will follow this participatory approach. So any ideas what kind of guidance in order to secure that actually local communities and local actors should be and could be involved in building the NRPPs? And then thanks for the very interesting presentation from the member states. Because I'm coming from the national CAP network, you did not mention at all the national CAP networks. So are those involved, or are there plans to be involved, the CAP networks in Poland and in Austria and in Estonia? I suppose we are supposed to be experts in engaging rural actors. So any ideas how the rural networks, CAP networks nationally will be used?
Thank you for your question. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you much, because the work on that part of the guidance, because guidance to the member states should cover more or less everything in the regulation, which is very, very short, has not started yet. So it's very difficult, but we are also, I'm speaking on behalf of all my colleagues, because these are very large networks of Commission officials working. I think everyone is also gathering information, knowledge, ideas from fora like this one, what should be involved, not without adding additional administrative burden, but listening to the appropriate stakeholders.
Thank you for the question. As I said, our Ministry of Development Funds coordinates those priorities focusing on the cohesion policy. However, I am pretty sure that in the working group coordinated by the Ministry of Agriculture, the CAP network is properly addressed. But I want to stress that our working group focusing on the territorial dimension is very open. All participants, additional organizations are always welcome. If any organization comes to us and believes that they can have positive, valuable insight, they are always welcome to ensure a very, very fruitful discussion.
In Estonian case, the tasks of CAP network are under discussion now, and we had the meeting last week of Rural Network in Estonia, and also this question raised. But as we know, the amount of money for technical assistance will be smaller, and then the roles between leader network, then national CAP network, and also the regional development centers is under discussion now. How to find good working cooperation model.
Christian, you raised your hand, I believe.
Yes, I hope you can hear me, because I see there some interruption in the connection.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes, we use the network, the GAP network, for announcing all this stakeholder process, so in the newsletter and in the website, so that the interested people know what has happened and where they can take part. And for the workshop next week, strengthening the rural areas, they are part of the organization, and for the sub-work groups, they help us to moderate things, and also in the future we will use them, and also in webinars, for instance, last week on regional innovation with transformative possibilities that was organized from the rural network, and they were part also in studies and preparing brochures for that, so that the interested regional management, like the leader action groups, can put up this new information and take it over then in the evolving of the next strategies they will need for the next period.
Rosenwirt, thank you very much. Just one quick question, if we may.
Very quick, Edmund de Cler, European Network of Cities and Regions for the Social Economy. Just what is meant with non-traditional actors, and what are your experiences? I think probably you allude maybe also to the civil society environment, also around LAGs, etc. But could you just develop on that shortly? Thank you.
Yes, as you mentioned, these groups are for environment, or also from the culture sector. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Herr Rosenwirt. Does anyone else here wish to address that particular point? No. Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. I would invite Ursula now to give us brief instructions of what happens next, because what happens next is working groups on this topic of the partnership principle. So some logistical words from Ursula now.
Yes, thank you very much. So I have good news and bad news. The good news is that now we've been very patient for so many sessions, and you will now get an opportunity to talk and exchange more. I mean, in addition to the coffee breaks, where you already had some exchanges. The bad news is that we have to shorten the coffee break, so there'll be less exchanges in the coffee break, but there'll be more exchanges now in the actual sessions. We will break you into 3 groups, because with some people missing who were not able to come. We are planning to have one, let's say, session via Zoom. So this room, plenary room, will be a kind of hybrid session where there will be the participants. You have your group number on your badge. So group 1 is here, group 2 is in the room across Netherlands 1, and then group 3 is also across the lobby in Netherlands 2. And you have approximately, let's say, 1 hour, 10 minutes, because we will have really to start catching up on the delay. And you will be discussing the topic that is mainly focused on the focus of the presentations in this session. So it's very much about partnership principle and involvement of stakeholders. But I'm sure you will also be able to touch on some of the other topics. There were quite a few questions about involvement of communities in partnerships, for example, in session 1. So you will be able to bring those issues up in your discussion. And you will be focusing on basically what Nevena presented earlier. She said there are 2 basic points in time where the stakeholder involvement is important. One is at the design of the NRPPs and other legislation. And then the second part, which is implementation, which also includes, of course, monitoring, evaluation, and so on. So you will be looking at those 2 stages. So how to involve stakeholders and how to make sure that the rural stakeholders are better involved than until now at those 2 stages, from the perspective of, on the one hand, the authorities, the national authorities responsible for the plans, and on the other hand, the different groups of stakeholders, again mentioned in Nevena's slide, so the socio-economic partners, the civil society organizations, the different regional and local municipalities, and research as well. And then you will also have an opportunity to bring up other groups that are maybe missing. We have specifically from the civil society partners, I think we have a special line on local action groups, because they are particularly important for rural development. So you will look at those stakeholders, and you will first identify challenges they're facing, and then you will identify and look for solutions and practical actions that can be taken, which hopefully we will bring back to the plenary discussion. And then now we have to say the coffee break 15 minutes. So we meet already in the breakout rooms at 3:20. Don't forget where you have to go. and then afterwards we come. There is no break after the breakout discussions. You come straight back to plenary, and we go straight into the final session, hopefully around 4:30, maybe 4:35, depending on how disciplined you are in your discussions. Enjoy your discussions. Thank you very much.
And if I just may remind everyone to maybe pick up an exciting publication from over there, and to remember that next to the registration desk, there is the possibility to find out more about actions for the vision. Thank you.
Right. We're actually super happy that they were able to contribute.
Because you have all the trust in you, and I'm a little bit concerned. This process, all this
It was good. It was good in terms of, well, a bit rushing. But still they have to in general, it's a topic that there's some comments like that saying they were No, it went well. It was not that, but you can.
Good afternoon, everybody. If I could ask you to please take your seats.
But it went well. He didn't comment a harsh comment. It was more like.
And if I could ask our keynote listeners, Stephanie van Opstal, Michael Schmitz, Louis Chavs, if I could ask you to come here to the front so that we could have feedback from the three groups. Thank you all for actively participating, and that's very, very good that you still had the energy to do so.
You will do it. You'll do it like that.
Stephanie is coming. I hope. Okay, if we could start, gentlemen, it's up to you to decide whether it's Luis or Michael who starts, and give brief feedback of what happened in your particular group. All the groups were working on the same topics.
I'll think I start. Is that all right? Okay. First of all, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to kind of summarize a very comprehensive and complex discussion we had. What I can say, funny enough, we had very different actors around the table, but the challenges seem to be aligned in some way or another. What we found is that different rural actors are actually struggling with a lack of capacity, both in terms of involvement in the NRPPs, but also in terms of access to funding. We have said that we need partners to be involved as early as possible in the process, which is kind of odd to say this now because we're kind of late in the process already, but we should have involved them earlier, because, and this is actually an interesting example or an interesting point. Sometimes, or I would, in my personal capacity, I would say a lot of times, the challenges of these rural actors do not necessarily align with thematic priorities that are being set. And we had a very good example where somebody said some municipalities, well, some citizens don't have access to water, but EU funding allows the establishment of fast chargers for electric cars, but not for water distribution. So we would actually need to have these local communities to be involved as early as possible and to actually identify their needs to align the charging with the need, the funding with the needs. Freudian slip. You're right. So also what I heard is there's a lot of uncertainty about the design of the NRPPs in general. So people are still not really sure whether there will be funding available, to what extent funding will be available, what priorities will be funded. And the other thing is we don't know whether these rural actors will have access at all, because I can at least speak from a German perspective. I know that our Federal Ministry for Agriculture is leading the way there, but we still don't really know what our say will be in the design of, coming from a local government perspective, what our say will be in the design of the NRPPs. What we also have said is there's a bit of a lack of capacity to understand the extent of the NRPPs and the extent of the funding, and sometimes it really would make sense to establish, let's say, multiplication points that would actually help small actors and rural communities to understand what is currently being discussed, how it would affect them, and how they would benefit from what is coming. I think that's it, more or less.
Michael, thank you very, very much. Michael representing the views of local authorities. Louis Charles probably of leader.
Well, I will not represent the
you
views
will
of
not
leader. I will
represent,
represent the views of our group, but
you will have
with
that point of view.
infected with my
Infected
own,
with your point
with
of
my
view,
own. I
yes.
think. Yeah, we spent the morning discussing about the unknown, like Hugo was telling us, and now we were discussing about a desired future regarding this kind of participation. And I will go through a certain number of topics that I think I will sum up. So, this process of putting in practice the partnership principle. So first, to ensure a broad and balanced representative of rural voices in the process. And so it should not be always the same actors around the table, otherwise the discussion will be narrow. Ensure early and meaningful involvement of rural stakeholders in presidency means bringing rural actors in before the main choices are locked, and not just asking views once the main directions are set up. Not having enough info cannot be an excuse to don't initiate the process, like we saw in the presentations before this discussion. By just a note, all the presentations, none of the presentations were from southern countries, which is also something we could think about it. Use another topic, no, regarding the partnership principle. The other topics use accessible and place-sensitive engagement methods. The formats that you actually work to local communities. If the process is too technical, including language issues, or too centralized, or too time-consuming, many people will simply not be able to engage in the process. So now strengthening capacity, like Michael said already, not just of the less organized or disadvantaged actors to participate, but also of management authorities. Probably some cases they don't know exactly what's happening in some rural areas. So also provide clarity on the process, on timing, and on the use of the contributions. People need to know when they can contribute, on what, through what channels, and what will happen with their contributions. If this is not clear, participation quick starts to feel vague or cosmetic. Promote participation throughout the full process, not just the beginning, and then make these other actors disappear. They need to stay involved during the design, delivery, and monitoring, and so on. And put in place visible feedback. People need to see what their inputs went, somewhere they went to. If there is no feedback on that, trust will drop and people are less likely to engage in the next time. And the other point, avoid consultation fatigue and repeat this low impact engagement. If rural acts are asked for inputs again and again without seeing any real result, people will start switching off. To prevent disappointment, someone at EU level could take over of the process. And just a final, I had some other more personal, because if we have time I can go this, but I will end with a sentence that I will steal from a presentation from a friend regarding this participation process and participation of communities and local actors in negotiations and processes, which is, if you are not at the table, you are probably in the menu. I'm stealing it. I don't know if it's from Radin's presentation last week, and it is really true, I think.
Luis, thank you very much. Stephanie von Opstal, your group, and maybe infected by a managing authority perspective. Who knows? We'll see.
A little bit infected, mostly about my group, but I have 3 important points that I want to tell. First of all is the transparency on the process. It's important to know who is leading the NRPP, who is the leading coordination body actually on the European level, on national level, on regional level, on provincial level, but also the transparency on the stakeholders. If they contribute, what happens with the contribution? Actually, we have in Poland and in Estonia, we have a platform with all the information about the process, and they can receive feedback of what happens with their contribution actually. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the time management of the NRPP, because everything needs to be done on time, of course. And also we need to have time for building alliance, time for building the whole process, for participation, time for consulting everybody, which will take some months or more probably. And then the last one is an uncertainty. It's an uncertainty of the regulation on the European level, but that doesn't mean that member states should already start with their process. Even we don't know yet where the MFF or NRPP is going or landing or when it's going to land. Just take everything you have, start with the process, and just do it on the member state level already.
Thank you very much, all 3 of you, for agreeing to take this voluntary work to and help us along and bring together the conclusions of the work in the groups. Just 3 items left in our agenda. The first is to kindly ask you to go back to Slido. You may still have the link open. If you do not, then here is a QR code for you to join in. We would very, very much appreciate, as always, your feedback on this event and any suggestions you have, either through the Slido or directly to us. We do try to listen and make these events better every time. So I'll just let you do that. As Enrique Nieto, the team leader for the Rural Pact Support Office, comes to the lectern and has a quick summary of what's happening next with the Rural Pact's work.
I'm going to wait a little bit to see if we are getting responses and that this works. Okay. So please continue responding, because actually your feedback matters to us. We are not sending you back how we're taking it over. Hopefully you see it, how your input and feedback is being addressed in future events. Next steps in the Rural Pact. The typical we do after we organize an event. We will send you the presentations. They will be available on the website, on the event page. We will send you as well the participants list, those that gave agreement and consent to share the information, so you can get the emails from people that you met today. As you know, the event has been recorded. The plenary sessions will be published, not the discussion groups. Here it's quite open for you to express opinion. And we will prepare a report about this event. So we will share all that with you. And as we say, we like to use you as well as multipliers of the information, and try to share this information as much as possible, because I think we have had a very fruitful day with a lot of interesting examples, a lot of interesting cases, a lot of interesting input. So now your role is to work a bit as a Rural Pact ambassador in your country, in your region, in your town, to try to make this information useful. short reminder, already in the Rural Pact we are more than 4,000 members, so you are an important member there. Some of you are not formal members of the Rural Pact. A quick way to know is whether if you don't receive our monthly newsletter, you probably are not a member. Probably you got aware of the event through other channels. We advise you, we recommend you, we encourage you to join as a member in the Rural Pact through the platform. You would be able to connect with a lot of people from across Europe, from different member states, and also thematically you can join the different community groups that we have on many different topics. Activities for this year of the Rural Pact, they would focus mostly on two main aspects. The first one is really to provide the space to exchange on how to respond and participate better in the NRPP process. This is one of the core activities for that. The second one is building the capacities as well to engage. So we will focus on those type of things. So events are one of the core activities we do. We can already confirm that we will have on the 3rd and 4th of November a high-level rural policy forum. This one would be organized by the Irish presidency of the council outside Dublin in a rural area, and the focus would be on an important topic that we discussed also today, on the relevance of having integrated national and regional rural strategies, but also leader. So the 4th day would be on leader. We just had the policy lab in June. The next one will take place in Finland, likely almost confirmed on the 30th of September and 1st of October, together with the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry and the National CAP Network of Finland in the city of Kotka, but still almost to be seen. So if you become a member and you are a member, you will receive all this information and the invitations to join. So it's another incentive for you to become a member. We also trying to bring the Rural Pact closer, the national in the member states. This year we will have one national Rural Pact event in France at the very end of the year. Again, you will be informed when things get confirmed. But also we organized Rural Pact in my country webinars. In here we try to bring some of the information and build the capacities as well in the member states on some of the enabling factors that allow us to respond to rural needs as we worked in the Rural Pact. Next week, actually, we have the first one in Latvia and then in Poland as well on the 19th of June. And in the second half of the year, still subject for confirmation, but again, very likely in Flanders and in Hungary. Also, we work with the stakeholders, so not everything is at policy level, but with the stakeholders we work a lot on various thematic areas to build the capacity to share examples, best practices. We had already one good practice webinar this year on territorial instruments. The next one would be on the 10th of June. Registration is closed, and it would be on generational renewal in rural businesses outside agriculture and farming. So we also want to put the focus on that part of the important part of the rural economy. In September, there would be one on unlocking rural competitiveness, and by the end of the year, one on resilience in a changing world. As I said, this is very much for practitioners to share good practices on how these topics are addressed with concrete action on the ground. Newsletter, we will continue sharing information. Magazine is on the way. And this year, very importantly as well, related to the Policy Lab, is the policy briefing of 2026, which will focus on how to foster integrated approaches in rural areas in the NRPPs. We will build that policy briefing a lot from the content of this Policy Lab and will be translated in all the languages. So again, we want to use your capacity to influence as well as multipliers of this information. So if you're a member, you will get that. And every quarter we publish as well a good practice brochure on different topics. We published already one on place-based innovation. In June, almost very soon, we will publish one on rural housing, very important topic. Then in September on integrated rural development instruments and generational renewal at the end of the year. Finally, very important aspect. In the Rural Pact, we're seeing a lot of momentum of managing authorities try to engage and commit with concrete political actions to transpose the spirit of the long-term vision with concrete actions in the member states. Here is an example of the member states that have committed so far. We have from Finland, Netherlands, and Czechia at national level, and then we have 4 Spanish regions and the region on Opol in Poland. This is a process that is open. It is explained on the website. If you are a managing authority and you are doing relevant actions for the long-term vision, don't hesitate to come back to us. Read the web. We can guide you to the website and explain you better how your government could commit as well with concrete action under the Rural Pact. And that's all for me. Thank you very much. And now we open the events with we open this event with an intervention from Peter Verkovic, director at DG Regio, and we have the honor as well now to welcome Mario Miluchev, director at DG Agri, to close this event that we will conclude with you, Mario. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much. It's an enormous pleasure to see those of you who I know, and it is good that we see each other from time to time and we exchange. I know that the circumstances change, and for example, the event in Ireland is something that comes, I don't know whether you spoke today, but 30 years after the Cork 1, and 10 years exactly after Cork 2. So it is, and we are very happy that it coincides with the Irish presidency, and there we are going to have the possibility to speak. But once again, very happy to be here. I would like to thank you for joining us today, for your active participation in the debate in the Policy Lab. Your presence makes this lab a success, and I'm truly grateful for the energy and expertise you have brought to the discussions. I had some exchanges also, and I understand that there were also big question marks, some statements of pessimism, but I suggest that we all together go ahead and probably we are going to obtain what we all want together. So in the course of today, the role of the rural communities and public authorities in the national and regional partnership plans has been explored from different angles. You have learned about the opportunities for the rural areas, including the minimum 10% rural target and the proposed definition for rural areas, which is under discussion by the co-legislators. And in both these areas, we need your active participation and using your influence for the co-legislators. There have been examples on the panoply of tools from the Common Agricultural Policy and economic, social, and territorial cohesion that can be mobilized under the NRPPs. And importantly, concrete examples were given on how member states and regions have been supporting the rural areas. It was also examined how targeting and monitoring will function for the rural target. I know that a colleague of mine made a presentation on this, including the differences with other spending targets, environment and social. You have shared valuable insights on how member states collect data and monitor support for rural areas. We draw from the example of Finland, which has developed a nuanced classification system for rural areas, enabling more targeted support measures and facilitating effective rural proofing of policies. Similarly, Greece has taken significant steps to overcome data and monitoring challenges, improving the tracking of the EU fund investments in rural territories and assessing their impact on the local communities. Additionally, there have been discussions on the future provisions for the partnership we heard one of the groups, and how rural communities can be part of this process. Your ideas on tackling possible challenges faced by rural stakeholders and public authorities have been particularly insightful. Beyond examining the challenges and potential solutions, positive examples of proactive measures already underway can be highlighted. Poland, for instance, has established dedicated working groups to address the specific needs of rural areas, and Estonia works to support the rights and enhance opportunities for rural communities into the design of the NRPPs. Meanwhile, Austria is transitioning from traditional consultation models towards a more inclusive approach for the partnership, prioritizing co-design and ensuring the sustained engagement of rural stakeholders. I'm confident that, on one hand, these sessions have enhanced your capacity to design and to implement the NRPPs in a way that truly benefit the rural communities, and on the other hand, that they have also brought lessons to rural stakeholders on how they can better be part of the NRPPs. Let me give some additional messages which are particularly important for us in the Commission, in DG Agri. So the first one is synergies and complementarities. The new policy framework emphasizes the importance of building a consistent agenda of measures addressing rural area specific needs and challenges, building on synergies between different funding instruments and policies which in the future will be together. By aligning efforts across policies, we can maximize the impact of our investments in rural areas. I'm saying this because I know that there are different opinions, but this is something that should be used. You know that previously we had different silos, very strong different silos, and now we think that it will go in the right direction. Then the second point is about comprehensive strategies. I would like to stress once more the encouragement to have a comprehensive policy response to rural needs, including strategies for the integrated development of rural areas, which are in the legal basis, that can apply to all relevant levels of governance, at local level, but also at regional and national levels. Later this year, it was said already, we will be discussing such strategies for rural areas during the high-level rural policy forum in Nass, under the Irish presidency, which will be on the 3rd and on the 4th of November, and I hope that we are going to see each other there again. The third element is our support from the member states. This is a priority for DG Agri. To this end, we are committed to supporting member states in developing national integrated strategies. We are exploring possibilities to help member states design and implement such strategies. And the fourth point is the right to stay. So rural communities must have the opportunity to thrive in a place they call home. The call for evidence on the right to stay clauses, it was prolonged with 1 week on 12th of this month. And I urge all of you once again to participate there. Your insights will help contribute to decisions ensuring that rural areas remain vibrant and attractive places to live and work. And as we conclude today's discussions, I hope you will leave this place today, this hotel and these conference rooms, by feeling inspired and equipped to drive forward the agenda for rural areas, and also inspired and encouraged even more to be proactive, not only with the Commission, but with the two co-legislators. The work does not end here. It is just the beginning. I encourage each of you to take the lessons learned today and apply them in your respective roles, whether as policymakers, practitioners, or advocates for rural communities. I would like at the end to thank once again the Rural Pact Support Office, particularly Pavel and Ursula, and all the speakers and participants for the invaluable contributions of today. Your dedication is what makes this work possible, and I would like to wish you, for those of you who go home, very nice trip home, very nice end of the day, and I pass the floor again to you, Pavel.
Mario, thank you very much. As always, words of encouragement for us to act. So please do take these ideas, these thoughts, these intentions with you, and join the Rural Pact as a member if you have not done so already. Pick up a publication on the way out if that's at all possible. And I also wish you a safe and above all predictable journey home. Thank you all very much.